Mr. Chair, if you would indulge me, thank you for bringing it to my attention on behalf of the chair. We wanted to have a moment of silence for tax collector Helen Burns. Helen Burns, if we can take a moment. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can you hear us okay? Is he frozen, or does he have us on mute maybe, or?
He's frozen.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just keep rolling here. As soon as he gets caught up, we'll bring him back in. So can we have a team member? I don't know if it's going to be Dulce. Is Dulce here? No? Jennifer, do you want to go over the Zoom rules and the governor's order, please? Mike, please.
If you're accessing Zoom from the public and would like to make a public comment, please press *9 or raise your hand icon when prompted to make a comment. When you've been unmuted, if you could please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to presentations and recognitions. CAO?
There's
None? Okay. Can I get a motion for a certificate of potion?
Second.
What's the pleasure of the board? How do y'all vote? Let's just use plain language. Yes. Anybody else? Can you guys hear us on the video chat?
You guys, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I can. Is the volume the best you could do? Right there?
Yeah, Supervisor Botelho, try that. Can you hear us better now?
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Okay, so we're gonna work on our technology a little bit before we keep moving along here. Can we get a sound check from Supervisor Botelho? Go ahead.
You could hear me, and I think we need to hear you a little bit better.
Okay, Supervisor Botelho, how do you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay.
A minute ago.
We're gonna have to get real close to our mics, it sounds like today. Supervisor Hernandez, go ahead and do a mic check. And Anthony, why don't you let us know if you can hear everybody, okay? Because Jaime dropped off.
Hello, everybody.
Can you hear Peter okay, Anthony? Go
I
ahead.
just got a text from a constituent that said they hear loud and clear.
Okay, maybe there's something on your end, Anthony, possibly your volume or something else going on there. All right, Anthony, we're not hearing you at all. You might have locked up again. Maybe there's we had some freezing here earlier this morning. Maybe there's a kind of a countywide thing going on. Not sure. Okay, well we're gonna keep moving, Anthony, and maybe perhaps you can call in. We have 3 of us here now.
All right.
You calling? We're going to take a 5-minute recess to try to get these technical issues worked out, because it's not fair to anybody if people can't hear us. We'll be right back. presentations and proclamations.
Okay.
Now, you can take over there. We're at
Okay, so we're at the public comments now?
Yes, sir.
Or presentation?
Public comment.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Where are we at?
Public comment, sir.
Thank you. All right, public comment section. This is an opportunity to address the board on issues not in the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do. Herman Garcia?
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
My name is Herman Garcia, and I'm the founding president of CHEER, Coastal Habitat Education Environmental Restoration. I'm here this morning to give you a quick briefing of the history that we made in San Benito County this past month. And I think most of you probably seen it in the newspapers and on television in newscasts. Here's an article in the Freelance, another one in the Dispatch on the return of steelhead trout to San Benito County in the San Benito River. This is historical, hasn't happened over 75 years. And this is information provided by us by our main partner, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I think you all received a CHEER newsletter. 18 months ago, we started what we call habitat reclamation on the San Benito River. If you look at the pictures on the inside of all the garbage that we pulled out of there, it was record amounts of garbage this year. On the centerfold, you'll see all the people that were involved, businesses, Gavilan College, school kids, and hundreds of volunteers were involved in this effort. And towards page 6 and 7, on the Granite Rock property on the San Benito River, in the month of October, we took out 14 cars and pickups, 1 massive RV, and 2 ski boats out of the river channel. And 1,220 tires were taken out last year. So these efforts were conducted on 2 properties, the Bettable project property down at the confluence
coming
of
in
the
that
San
shouldn't be coming in.
Benito and the Pajaro,
Full.
and then further upstream on the Granite Rock property. So as a result of those reclamation efforts, we discovered this year that steelhead actually came into the system, where they would ignore it before because of all the toxins and pollutants coming into the Pajaro. They just keep going. But because of the reclamation, the cleanup, they came scooting right in, and they spawned in December.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Can
sir.
we see the video real quick?
We're gonna have to move on because of 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Perhaps later on we can do that.
Yeah, you guys can see it
Next
later.
speaker.
We have a 1:30 video
We'll look
to
at it.
show you.
I promise you, I'll
He's
look
got
at
it.
it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Herman.
Next speaker.
Elia Salinas?
Yes, madam.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Elia Salinas. I'm coming up here to say thank you to the San Benito County Sheriff's Department and the Ag Commissioner's Office for eradicating the illegal, unlicensed marijuana facility down in South County. And I truly appreciate it. The people in the legal industry really appreciate this. There's many more out there, and we know that the San Benito County Sheriff's Department is very busy. They're limited resources and manpower, but it's truly appreciated, and I just wanted to put it out to the in front of the Board of Supervisors to give them a kudos for the great job that was done, and hopefully that there will be some more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
I don't have any speaker cards, but we're checking on.
Wayne, if you could please state your name.
Good morning, my name is Wayne Norton, and I want to talk to you a little bit this morning about an impact of COVID-19 that's made worse by the lack of broadband access in the county. You know, school starting in a couple of weeks, and distance learning will be the predominant teaching method, but we risk losing a large segment of our student population because we know that they do not have access to broadband, regardless of the device, they just don't have connectivity. And we also know that lack of broadband in the county is a serious problem for other populations, including older adults, especially those who are isolated and in rural areas. Without connectivity to the broadband, they cannot take part in telemedicine and other services that reduce their isolation. I want to urge the board to take a look at CARES funding and see if there's a way that you can use CARES funding to expand broadband connectivity throughout the county to all the reaches of the county, especially because of the impact of COVID-19. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speaker?
If you could please state your name. You have been unmuted.
Hi, this is Michelle from Salon 218. We opened with guidelines into our salon: masks, distancing, sanitation, and servicing less than normal amounts of customers. We followed the guidelines our county health department set up for us and the governor of California. And if this is not enough, we went over the top, trying to do our part as keeping our customers safe. In our salon alone, for the first month, we covered all of our guests. We called them the night before and asked them a series of COVID questions.
Michelle, I'm sorry. We have an item to discuss, and there'll be golden opportunity for you to, and I'll give you a full 3 minutes at the item number 33
Okay.
when that comes up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Badana, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Vadana, resident of San Benito County. First of all, Henry, I think that Michelle should have been allowed to finish what she was talking about. You don't know that she was talking about on item 33. She was making a point that she's unfairly shut down. Thank you. And what I wanted to talk about is I'm holding in my hand right now a business reporting spreadsheet. And I just wanted to let the ladies and gentlemen of this community and on the call and in the meeting know that they are promoting snitching. They are keeping a spreadsheet of everybody who is snitched on. It's an alphabetical order here. I bet some of these businesses, I'm publishing this later, some of these businesses are going to be surprised to find they're on here. We are being snitched on by people, and we're not allowed to face our accuser. So I'd like to know some rules around the spreadsheet, how we need access to the spreadsheet in a timely manner. And Courtney requested it for several days before she got it. Could somebody please answer what the turnaround time is for these spreadsheets and where they are publicly so that the public has access to them?
Again, we cannot respond during public comments, so the questions will be directed to our CEO. He'll be able to respond. Please send him your communication so we can reach him. All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Courtney, if you could please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Evans. I would like to request that item number 33 be taken off the agenda. I've been coming to these meetings for 3 years requesting a process to hold the board accountable and keep record of complaints and concerns from the public.
Courtney, you have a really bad echo. I don't know if you can step aside maybe or step.
Okay, I can start again. Is that better?
You still have echo.
Why don't we come back to Courtney?
Can you hear me now?
No, Courtney, you have a really bad echo. We're going to come back to you. If you want to work out your tech, we'll come back to you.
Valerie, if you could please state your name.
You know what? Courtney, put Courtney on hold, try to figure out her technical problem. And then once she figures them out, we'll go back to her, but next on the list?
Valerie, if you could please state your name.
Yes, this is Valerie Eglund with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. I would like to actually speak to the Strata Verde issue, and I believe it's already on the agenda.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that it was not in closed session or something.
No.
Sorry. I'll reserve my comments for then. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Next speaker.
Hunter, if you could please state your name.
Hunter Cuneo, resident of San Benito County. I just got confirmation that both Ace Hardware and Nob Hill and other stores are putting in TV monitoring systems right now up in their entranceways. And when asked why they're doing so, the employee told us that it was at request of the county or city. They are not sure. So I want to get confirmation on that today. If this has anything to do with item 33, please confirm. And we want to know who has told these stores that they need to be putting in government cameras watching citizens as they go in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Clay Kemp, Executive Director of the Seniors Council Area Agency on Aging. All right, there we go. Start again.
Yes, sir.
Clay Kemp, Executive Director of the Seniors Council Area Agency on Aging. And I just want to share a project we're working on that we're pretty excited about. There's about a dozen of these projects going around the state, and it's to create a no wrong door system for older adults or people with disabilities. So we're trying to get a unified place to go and get services and make sure that other agencies that might provide services to this population also connect with that entity. So Jóvenes de Antaño, as probably you may have guessed, is going to be our focal place for that. We've received both some state and federal dollars to make this happen. So coming in the next year, you'll hear more about it. But since I was here, it's been on my to-do list to share with the board for quite some time. So I thought I'd take advantage of that. The county's Aging and Long-Term Care Commission has stepped up to be the official advisory body to it. So we make sure we're interacting with all the key entities in the county and looking forward to strengthening our services to older adults and people with disabilities, and thought the board should be aware of this effort.
Thank you for the report. Over here, Andy.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andy Shaw Coron. I am speaking not in my capacity as president of Preserve Our Rural Communities, but as a private citizen with deep concerns about governance in San Benito County. Several things have made me believe that the folks in charge of our county, our supervisors, don't have deep concern about either public health or about democracy. First was the essential pushing of Dr. Marty, one of the most competent public officials in the state, out. You were...
Andy, I'm sorry. We're going to discuss, do we have an opportunity to discuss that on item number 33?
Well, I want to talk about more general concerns about...
Okay, if it's not related to the presentation by Tracy on the Corona-19, please continue.
Okay, so this lack of concern, I think, about the public, and more of a concern about what business interests have, what their priorities, has caused this council to both undermine democracy and undermine public health. And I think that if this were different circumstances, if it was safe for our public to go out and collect signatures, I would be looking at collecting signatures to recall a number of you on this office, because of the fact that I believe that your priorities are not that of public health, nor of what the people have voiced their concerns about. And so that's the general concern, and I really worry about it because we have a crisis of democracy in this country from the very top on down, where people are losing faith, where we have a president who says he might not even honor the election coming up in November, And I think it's incumbent upon all of you to begin to start to restore some faith in the people, because the moves we've made here have both imperiled public health and imperiled public confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
We have no more public comments. If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand.
Courtney, could we go back to Courtney Evans, please?
Courtney?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Courtney. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you so much. Good morning. I would like to request that item number 33 be removed. I've come to this board multiple times in the last 3 years to request putting on our agenda a morals and ethics requirements and agreements with the board. Also a way to hold our board accountable by letting the public have a streamlined process to have written concerns, complaints, and a process to look at the history of our board members and their actions and what the public think and their opinions and views on their decisions. That would make us educated voters when that time comes up for our elected officials to run again or not. Seeing as that I've requested this at least 7 times and it's never been placed on the agenda, but yet we have something on the agenda to punish our citizens, to punish our community, your constituents. So seeing as that none of my requests have been granted to place accountability factors upon our board and the decisions that they make, I ask that number 33 on the agenda be removed.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Any other speaker cards?
We have no more.
No more? Okay, before we continue, we have a request to move item number 33 from the public. Does the board wish to move item number 33?
No.
Remove it? Nope.
Yes.
That's a one. I'm sorry. All those in favor of removing, say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor against?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let me do a roll call, and I apologize. Okay, Supervisor Hernandez,
Yes.
Supervisor Jim Gillio.
No, discuss and leave it on the agenda, please.
So you're a no. Thank you, Supervisor Gillio. Supervisor Mark Medina.
No.
Thank you. Supervisor Botelho.
No.
And Supervisor Del Cruz is no. So 1-4 to not remove it. Okay. So it stays on the agenda. Thank you. Now we will continue with department head announcements. Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go ahead and invite up Chris Mangano. She is our RES manager, and she is going to give your board an update concerning Great Plates.
Good morning, Chris Mangano with the Office of Emergency Services, giving an update on the Great Plates program that was introduced in mid-April by our Governor Gavin Newsom. He announced the launch of the first ever in the United States Great Plates Delivered program, providing delivery of prepared meals to local residents, from restaurants to homebound seniors and high-risk individuals during the pandemic. San Benito County forged relationships with the United Way, Community Foundation, COG, and County Express, and the senior councils of Santa Cruz and San Benito counties to manage the program. The agencies work together to solicit restaurants, qualify senior citizens for the temporary program, and arrange delivery of the meals. In addition to providing meals for seniors, Great Plates Delivered provided essential economic stimulus to local restaurants struggling to stay in business during the pandemic. 7 restaurants participated in the program: 4th Street Eatery, Be True Cafe, Grillin' and Chillin', Eva Mae's Cafe, Flapjacks, Mission Cafe, and the Inn at Tres Pinos. The program has delivered nearly 200 people just over 10,900 meals since its inception, and the program is scheduled to end August 7th. Without the help of Vicky Fortino with United Way, Clay Kemp with the Seniors Council, Regina and Mary with COG, Leona with County Express, and my staff, we could not have made this happen. My personal thanks to each of you. I'd also personally like to thank the restaurants for their support, and we do have a certificate of appreciation to present to the restaurants today. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I'd like to make a comment, GILLIO.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say thank you to our county team members, to all the people that volunteered to deliver meals, everybody you just mentioned, and this is an example of all of us working very hard together. This was a ton of work for staff and team and the community, and I just really want to say thank you guys for all banding together on it, and good work getting the food out to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gilliam. Any other questions from the board? None? Anyone from the public? None? Okay.
We have one.
Yes, we have one, Chair.
Clay Kemp from Seniors
Yes.
Council. And I just want to return the thanks to Chris and to Ray also, because when this first became available to us, it was kind of obvious that no single agency could pull this together. So we had about a 5-minute discussion about how and why we couldn't do this. And then it immediately flipped to seeing how different partners could take on one piece of it and make it forward, make it move forward and happen. And Chris and Ray were just all over that right from the start, saying, well, let's do this. Let's see if we can bring in all these partners and make it happen. And that happened very quickly and successfully. And San Benito County is one of the few rural counties that pulled this off. So thanks to all of you and congratulations. Really helped a lot of people in a lot of restaurants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just say, I'd like to thank each one of you, the restaurants and all the assistants. I can tell you, it was a hurdle. Again, to reiterate that, most of the rural counties, it was too monumental to actually take this task on. And I'm very grateful. There has been a lot of great feedback from our elderly community, and hoping that maybe we can continue this down the road in some fashion. So anyways, I just wanted to thank each one of you. Thank Chris as well, because it was definitely a tall task for everybody, and it was quick. We had to put together, normally it takes probably 6 months to a year to build a program like this, not a couple of weeks. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right? Any other department head announcements?
Yes, I'd like to also mention that there will be some road work done. I wanted to highlight this for the public. Beginning July 27th, 2020, Union Road, there'll be a project done, work done on Union Road, and that'll be funded from Measure G and SB1, respectively. I want to make sure that the public is aware that the road work will begin at 7 a.m. and should last to 4 p.m., and it will mainly be a one-way traffic back and forth. So just expect some delays during that time. Shouldn't be too many delays out in that area, but you could be. So just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of it, as well as we have a large list of construction projects, road projects, and bridge projects that we'll be undertaking in the next few months, and I wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of it, and we'll be actually sending out messages, and the construction companies will also be displaying signs for everyone to be aware in advance. The plan is 2 weeks, or approximately 2 weeks in advance prior to construction. So again, this is great work on behalf of the board and staff, and as well as again from the residents within the community with regards to some of the Measure G money at work. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that, as well as I was just made aware from our behavioral health office to remove number 8 from consent. That item will be heard at a later date. So item number 8 I'm made aware of. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we'll remove it to a future meeting. Okay. All right. Okay, now we'll go to Supervisors, report. Supervisor GILLIO?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My report's going to be a little bit longer than normal today, and I appreciate your indulgence. Number one, we ran into an issue out on the Cienega Road construction. There was just a little bit of confusion over naming of roads and sections, and that'll be coming back to the board on August 4th for a correction of a short section to be added to that project out there, just for the public's knowledge. And that was actually discovered by a constituent noticing the placement of the sign. So we're working on cleaning that up. And essentially what you'll have out there is from the brand new hospital. We have some feedback from somebody, I'm not sure who, but we have at the brand new hospital road bridge, you'll have from there all the way up past Hidden Valley is kind of phase one, and that'll be completed. It's beginning construction, actual seed and dirt move in the beginning of August. And then second phase is going to be from there to Mudstone Ranch. And then third phase next year will be from Mudstone Ranch all the way up to what they call Bird Creek, which is the first little area after you come down the other side of the hill. There's a camping area right before you get to the main entrance of Hollister Hills. So there's been a lot of questions in that area. That's why I wanted to bring that one up. Over the last, I've been, it's been a pleasure for me to be on this board for the last year and a half. I've been fortunate to work with an amazing group of county team members as well as board members. Some of the accomplishments, I think we lose sight of this every once in a while, and I want to make sure that it's out there, and you know things are happening, and that the county is working for you guys, and as well as the Board of Supervisors is working for you guys. We went through and we implemented Step G. We were having retention problems at the Sheriff's Department, so we implemented a Step G program to bring them onto parity with other area departments, as well as local, the other county employees as well, county team members, because they were one of the only ones without a Step G. We implemented open government, Stuart, amazing. We're seeing that in the first time in the budget. It's unparalleled transparency. I believe we're the first county in the state, is that accurate, to have it up live and running, to be able to have constituents and customers and anybody around the world, frankly, that has internet access, to dive deep into our budget and see what's going on and be able to inform themselves and ask questions and that sort of thing. So that's pretty amazing. It may sound like a small thing, but it's no small feat to get that done, especially with our limited staffing. CSAs, when we in the last couple of years have been an ongoing issue and problem, and that's county service areas for folks that aren't aware of that. And we really fought through some barricades there with our legal teams, with our admin, with our RMA department, and that I think is on a route to doing well. People seem to be satisfied with what's going on with the county service areas currently. We can't forget, and we need to stay on that. John Smith Road, we repaved. That was one of the ones that was used enterprise funds out there, pretty big. Roads, you're going to see over $10 million. That's 10 million with an M in the next year between now and actually probably maybe by the end of the year. And then bridge projects, that's over 50 million. So all these things are back on track and happening. Good stuff. Grand jury. We raised the budget by over 75% and brought it back to the pre-2015 levels. That's a civil grand jury that holds us, elected people, accountable, as well as other special districts and elected folks accountable. We went after Airbnb for their TOT and got the TOT tax back assigned to the county. Our bridge work, over 5 bridges over 60 million. I had it off just a little bit. One of the bigger things that we got the Economic Development Corporation back rolling, funded, and we're chasing economic development dollars. We've had businesses expand recently. We just had a business go to the Planning Commission last week and hit the doubling their capacity, and even in the coronavirus times, we're bringing in jobs. I'm extremely proud of my time working with the county team members as well as my fellow board members. That's what makes my next statement incredibly difficult. I'm stepping down as your supervisor for District 4. Coronavirus has changed our local family small business to where I can't do both. I can't effectively represent you guys fairly. I can't serve our team members. I can't be a good dad for my daughter, my family, and then run my business. So, as you can tell, it's incredibly difficult for me to tell you this, but it's something that I need to do. Today is my last meeting, and my last day with the county will be July 31st. And what I want to do is I have a lot of things working with admin, with RMA, with legal, and with constituents. I want to make sure that I sew that up and make sure that those people have support, so they're not just dropped and forgotten about. And you can imagine, you can see it in me. It's an incredibly hard statement for me to sit here and make for you, but it's what I have to do for my business and my family. I can't, with the changing coronavirus times, it's nearly impossible to find staffing to keep my business rolling. I have to be there. I have to be there 10 hours a day, and if I'm not there 10 hours a day, it's going to be trouble. And my wife's there now. And anyways, with that being said, I'm not going to keep rambling. I think I've said enough, and it's been a pleasure. I really appreciate your support, your encouragement over the last period of time, and I sincerely am going to miss this position and working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow, that was pretty heavy to hear from Supervisor GILLIO, and although we don't always agree, we've had many of times when we've agreed and I know and supported each other, so I really do wish him the best, and I really do wish that everything with his family and with his business gets settled, and may God bless you, Supervisor GILLIO. That being said, you know, we're dealing with tough times right now when it comes to COVID-19. No one's denying this virus. No one's denying the impacts. There's a lot of questions as to the extent, but nonetheless, there's issues with that I feel have been, to a certain extent, kicked off to the side a lot with, you know, and I know we're, to a certain extent, from what we're getting with the CARES funding, we're trying to roll out some help to the businesses. I've been part of a lot of meetings with business owners and dealing with the impacts, and I know we're going to be talking pretty soon about enforcement item 33. But I just wanted to report that businesses are suffering, and I really can't stand hearing someone pitch that businesses by default are selfish. I feel like that's an innately selfish statement you know, because if you think about it, that assumes that a business, if it goes away, it's okay. It's for the greater good. And so that I struggle with that immensely when somehow public health and business are opposite of each other, when everything that I've learned about business from business owners, from engaging in these conversations, is it's very doable. And if anything, they are the front lines with dealing with protecting the public health when it comes to their customers. So I wanted to stress that business owners are not your enemy. They're your friends. They care about you. They already have licenses that say they have to, even if they didn't care about you, which I know that's not true, they have licenses that push them in the position to have to address concerns with the public health. And I think that's it's a very dishonest statement to say that somehow if you're a business owner, you're selfish. And I don't, so with, you know, dealing with now the school impacts, we're coming up on the opening of schools, and I've learned a lot, and I appreciate the supervisor supporting me, being engaged in the conversations with the County Office of Ed and the different school districts. I meant what I said. I mean, ultimately, I feel like, especially even with what Supervisor GILLIO mentioned, it's we can't assume that the impacts of these rules, which are ever changing and very contradicting many a times, we can just let the public absorb them by themselves. I feel like we have to engage, and that's what was my intent, is to understand the impacts. And the consistent statement definitely from the schools that I'm learning is they want to protect public health. They're going to follow the rules. They just need some flexibility to figure out how to make that happen. So I just wanted to report that out, that it's becoming an immense lift, and the idea of shutting down, not allowing schools to open at all, is going to have huge ramifications to our county that we're not even assuming yet to understand. And to think that we understand, I think, puts us in a tough position for that damage to be worse. So I just really wanted to address that we should have an ongoing conversation with the schools, not to say that we have any authority over them, but at least to help for us to understand, and then for us to help be part of the solution and not just sit back and watch it happen. You know, I can't do that to my community. I feel like I'm missing something, but that's the extent of my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Mark Medina?
Nothing, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor BOTELHO?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got dropped off. Apparently, our internet out here is not very good either. But I kind of came back in about halfway, or maybe a little bit further than halfway through Supervisor GILLIO's comments. And this is people don't realize how hard this job is right now. And for the five of us, we're doing the best we can. It's a lot more time than what it normally takes because of the COVID crisis and things that we're working on. And Supervisor GILLIO has been on the board for a couple of years now, and he's been just an outstanding supervisor to work with. He understands the issues, understands how to work with people. And this, I wish he would reconsider stepping down and just continue to serve. But I'm kind of at a loss for words right now, hearing what I just heard. So, I hope he reconsiders this. But I completely understand. You have your business, you have your family, and it's conflicting. It really is. It's hard. And in any case, I appreciate everything he's been doing and is going to do in the community going forward. And we're friends. That's what I got, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you. My only comment is, Supervisor GILLIO, thank you for serving as the county supervisor for your district. You challenged me to a lot of issues, and thank you for actually, during those moments, I realized that some of the mistakes that I made and some of the disagreements that we agreed to disagree, at the end of the day, we said we're still co-workers, and I really do appreciate that type of the discussion that you bring to the table. And it's going to be hard to replace you, but like Supervisor BOTELHO, him and I, we have 16 years of experience. We always like to see good quality leadership stay on board while us old geezers like me and Anthony, walk away. But your decision, we support what you want to do and how you want to do it, especially in light of your family and your business. I can't blame you for any of that stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, before we continue, there's some changes to the agenda. We're going to pull item number 16 per Supervisor BOTELHO, and also we're going to move item right after 34. Yes, right after 34, we're going to go into closed session for one item only, and then we'll come back and then we'll continue with 35. Do any of the other supervisors wish to pull any of the other items?
Did you say 16 was already pulled?
Yes, 16.
Supervisor BOTELHO wants to pull that from consent.
And number 8.
Number 7?
And Mr. Chair, number
8?
Number 8 needs to be pulled completely.
Yeah, for discussion, yes, so did I. That's why I asked.
Okay, Supervisor BOTELHO wants to pull number 8 and number 16. Is that correct?
Negative.
No. This is Ray, Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz. As I mentioned earlier, we need to pull number 8 completely from the agenda. And then number 16 will be heard by Supervisor BOTELHO.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, and then we'll definitely, for your request, remove item 8. Okay, any other changes by the board? anyone from the public wish to remove any of the items out of consent?
Yes. Jared, you have been unmuted.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We have one.
Okay. Which number?
Jared, if you could please unmute yourself.
Okay, and I'm having a hard time technically hearing. One of the supervisors tell me which number they requested to move.
Stand by 1 minute, Mr. Chair. They're trying to get Jared on the line. We don't know what number he wanted to pull yet.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to bring up a couple of quick things.
You can't say,
First
I
of all-
apologize, sir. Excuse, sir. I'm sorry, you can't do that. You have to either tell me which items you'd like to pull out of consent, and that's the only thing I'm allowed at this moment.
I'll wait.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve amended agenda?
Move to approve the amended consent agenda.
Second?
Medina, second.
Motion, Costello, second by Medina. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Okay, now we'll go to item 16, Supervisor Benito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the idea of sending a letter. I think the situation has changed a little bit with the hair salons, that they're able to operate outside. They've made that change in the last day or two. But I still think we should send a letter to the Cosmetology Board thanking them for making those changes and, you know, looking for outside of the box things to try to keep, you know, people able to work and make a livelihood. But we also probably need to send a letter to the governor, also thanking him for his support on that and his work, but also remind him that these other businesses that are dimmed by his words have invested a lot of money, and you know they're trying to comply with you know the initial guidances, and a lot of them are being punished for something that you know I'm not sure if we have enough data that substantiates that they're the problem to begin with, and you know, and if it is, I think us on a local level should be brought to speed as far as, you know, what that is. But, you know, we do have to continue to support our businesses and urge, you know, our state leaders, or the governor specifically, that people make a big investment to reopen the doors, big investment in time training employees, and giving up a lot of their capacity to, you know, try to make it through these very difficult times. And so my suggestion to you, sir, is that we rewrite that letter, authorize you to sign it, or the whole board could come in. I know I signed that letter that's on the agenda today, and kind of support not only the hairstylists and personal groomers, but also the other businesses that are affected, the gyms and indoor dining and so forth, that are trying to, you know, comply with the state guidances, made the investment, and are really not the culprits as far as the spike in caseloads for COVID.
Thank you.
That's kind of my comments, Mr. Chair.
If it's okay with the board, I think it'll probably be better that Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor BOTELHO draft that letter with Ray, and then have us view it and sign it, all five of us, because both you and Supervisor Hernandez have been dealing with the business, so I have a feeling you guys have a better direct relationship with a lot of the businesses and understand what their needs are. If it's okay with the board, have Anthony Hernandez draft it, but I want to hear input from the board. Supervisor GILLIO?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Supervisor Mark Medina?
I agree, sir.
Thank you. All right, Anthony and Peter, will you guys please work with me and then draft a letter, and then we'll all sign it, and we'll send it to the governor and then any other upper officials that you feel might listen to our needs.
Okay, we'll, if it's okay with Supervisor Hernandez, we'll get right on it this week and have it done.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, now back to item number 16. Is there? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I probably interrupted the chair just about public comment.
Yes. Okay, is there anyone from the public on number 16?
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand.
We have one in the chamber.
I want it. You're supposed to come up and get one, ma'am.
Morris Lopez. I'm a San Benito County resident in San Juan Bautista. I'm also a healthcare provider. I just want to speak to the item 16 regarding opening up outdoor hair cutting services or styling services. I'm standing here as a product of a DIY, do-it-yourself haircut and color. So I welcome this as a hair care provider. Being outside, I remember as a young child seeing my uncle and my grandfather and my grandmother give my little cousins a bowl cut very safely in the garage or outside. So I feel that this is a wonderful idea coming from a healthcare perspective. You're isolated, you're outdoors in the open air, as long as they limit who can be in their little outdoor booth. I feel that it's 100% more safe than the allowed bars that are open as long as they're serving meals. I vehemently oppose that move. I think it's very dangerous to mix alcohol and food because you're kind of confusing the issue. Is it a bar? Is it a restaurant? No, it's a bar. And when you add food to that to make it okay, you're skirting the system. You're also making it unsafe for the patrons. And that's happening in my downtown of San Juan Bautista. Supervisor BOTELHO is here speaking on this. I wish you would look at this, but I'm 100% behind opening outdoor barbershops. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Anyone else in the public?
If you could please state your name.
This is Michelle. This is Michelle from Salon 218.
Yes, ma'am.
And I wanted to address the outdoor issue. It's nice to hear people say that they have great memories from that kind of stuff, but as a professional in the industry, it's a very unrealistic thing for people to think about. How many people would like to have food eating in a restaurant next to a hair salon? The hair will fly, and our job as professionals is to protect the community from infectious diseases and viruses. That's in our bylaws as hairstylists. And to me, that's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous to think that somebody could cut hair outside. Yeah, you see people do that in parks, different places, but realistically, we can't do colors. People can't go inside and do and rinse their colors. We can't send people home with chemicals in their hair. We need to think realistically, and clearly, people do not understand our industry, and that's what makes it really difficult. And about State Board, on board with State Board, they were not even available when we were trying to contact them to get guidelines. They were closed. So we've had to come up with a lot of stuff on our own. So this whole issue with doing hair outside, seriously, do you really want to eat hair? Because that's what it comes down to. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next speaker.
We do not have any more comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
What's the
Mr. Chair?
on number 16?
Mr. Chair? This is Mark
We have
Medina.
someone?
I'd like to say something real quick.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, just listening to the last speaker, it made me think about something. I was intending to talk about this later on, but this might be the appropriate time. is, we put the hairstylists, the restaurants, and the gyms through hoops in order to open up safely. They spent thousands and thousands of dollars with plexiglass, with different ways to make sure that there was 6 feet apart, making sure that only one person was in there at a time, checking temperatures, calling. And the issue that I see, and I'm trying to ask for some advice here, is we have a tracing program. So how many cases have we had due to a hairstylist, a restaurant, or the gyms? And that's what I think we need to send a letter asking why hair salons, or I should say, yes, salons, if there's no proof that there has been any infections in that area. I don't know how to word that, but I'm just asking the Supervisor BOTELHO and Supervisor Hernandez, what can we do in that letter in order to include this somehow?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, Supervisor Medina. And the thought that I had, and I was going to actually mention this, but this is why it's a good idea to have an open dialogue with the businesses that are directly involved. I feel like there's wisdom in the counsel of these folks to understand their industries. That's always been the intention, to a certain extent, of even the focus group meetings, is to have an open dialogue. So I agree with that sentiment. It's not that simple of an answer, but if we had some really good questions to ask to frame that dialogue in a way that directs better solutions, then I think that's going to create all the way around, right? We're listening to the businesses. We're not just telling them what to do. We're using their experience, their professional background to educate us on how to make it more practical. And honestly, that's been kind of from the get-go of all this. That's really has been my sentiment is, yes, there has to be rules, but maybe those rules need to involve the folks that are actually involved in these industries, so that they're the ones guiding the success, and we're not just assuming that it's going to be an easy outcome. So I would recommend that we have a meeting with these folks, and then that way we draft the letter in a way that's a lot more consistent with the reality that they're living in. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection to that idea?
No objection. GILLIO, can I make a comment, please, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, just briefly. So I think Supervisor Medina's comments are right on target. Is we need to see where locally, and I think one of the biggest complaints that I hear regarding the state's on again, off again type of enforcement stuff is the hatchet versus a scalpel, so to speak. That old saying. If there's an industry or a situation or a cause that is, we're statewide and countywide, we're investing a ton of money on contact tracing. Let's really focus on that and focus on what that is. And if there is something in our county that we see through contact tracing that is regularly occurring, deal with it with a scalpel and not a hatchet. And maybe that could be in your letter as well, that, here's what we see locally. These are causing issues for us locally, but these other issues that you're bringing up, we've had zero or low numbers. So just a couple more thoughts for that letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gilllio. My question more to staff and I have asked Ray this many times, is that I think it's time for us to know where these cases are coming, because Supervisor Medina does bring up a good question, is what the problem is not the source of the positives. Should we penalize them? And I think that's a legit question. And I think, Ray, you need to go back and provide better reports and see where the industries are or the sources are coming from. I think that's legit questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, I really think that we would be better served if we had a lot more control locally as far as evaluating businesses that, might pose a little bit more of a risk. But for a fact, a lot of these, personal hair groomers and stylists have put a lot of money into their shops, and the restaurants have put a lot of money in their businesses, and it's just it's getting punitive now.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think we're all singing the same tune. So Supervisor Hernandez and Botelho, please draft that memo and then let the board sign it, and then we'll send it out. Okay. Do we need to approve number 16, or is it something that we can wait the next meeting?
Do you want it to come back to the board, or do you want to just make a motion right now?
Yes.
I'd like to
You know
make a
what?
motion right now.
I think we should approve it, amend it per Supervisor Hernandez and Botelho, and we'll all sign it. Not,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
It's such an important letter going to, to the governor's office. Maybe we better just bring back the letter to you on August 4th, I believe.
Yeah, that's the next meeting. And then also, would you and Supervisor Botelho meet with the barbers and the salons, get their perspective? Maybe you can incorporate some of their concerns in that letter.
I'd like try to get the restaurants as well.
You got it.
Okay.
Any objection from the board on that? None. Okay, let's continue that. We are done with consent, and we'll start on number 33. Tracy, all right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this item will be presented to us by our Public Health Office, Lynn Mello, and we also have Dr. G on the line. So I'll go ahead and pass it to Lynn Mello.
Good morning, Honorable Chair De La Cruz and Board. I'm a little surprised and stunned to hear of the news of Supervisor GILLIO. I just want to say thank you for your support to Health and Human Services and Public Health. I appreciate all that you've done to help us combat this disease, and I wish you the very best, and I understand your reasons. So thanks again. So is Janet controlling the PowerPoint? There we go. I don't know if that's Dulce or Janet. Thank you so much. Nope, maybe not. Shall we bring it up ourselves?
We're working on it. They'll have it up in a second here.
Okay.
Actually, can we take a quick 5-minute break? Let them set up?
Sure.
Let's take a quick 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Okay, we're ready. All right. Actually, we're gonna bring it back to Ray. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we're at item number 33 today. It's out of Health and Human Services. I'm going to go ahead and read for the record the agenda item. Receive presentation and update from Health and Human Services Public Health Services on the respiratory disease coronavirus, also known as COVID-19. Adopt urgency ordinance incorporating by reference and authorizing civil enforcement of State of California COVID-19 emergency orders. Directives and guidance as civil infractions or other civil enforcement. Requires a 4/5 vote. If urgency ordinance does not receive 4/5 vote, read title, waive further reading, accept introduction, and continue to 8/4/20 meeting for adoption. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go ahead and pass this to Lynn Mallow, and she'll start her presentation. Lynn?
Yes, good morning again, everyone. I'd like to thank Dr. Ghilarducci for updating the slides in Tracy's absence as we continue to, work diligently on trying to mitigate the spread of this disease in our community and prevent unnecessary chronic illness and death. So can we move on to the next slide, please? As you all know, we continue to be on the state watch list, and so we are under state and California Department of Public Health and the governor orders for restrictions for certain activities that are risky for spreading coronavirus. We currently have 57 active cases. And we, of course, for a total of 448 cases that have been confirmed in our community. And we average probably somewhere between 10 and 20 cases, new cases a day. Some days there are 3 cases, some days there are 25 or 30 cases. I have 4 nurses that are continuing to do the case investigations. And because the case counts are going up, so the number of active cases at one time are, they're going up. We are having to modify constantly having to modify how we address these, and we've been bringing on more contact tracers, and we've been training them from our health education unit, and so those are staff that normally work in tobacco education and control and policy, and then staff that are working on the opioid grants and in nutrition, and we also have folks from the human side of the agency that are trained to be contact tracers, and they work in social services. And then I'm in touch with a couple of folks in the community that have a doctor and her pre-med school daughter who are very interested in volunteering to do contact tracing with us, and so we're working on getting them on as volunteers. So we're doing very well in the contact tracing area, and we are reaching out to every case that is reported to us. We now have a Medi-Nurse line that was launched by the state that's going to be extremely helpful in reducing some of our medical questions that we have to answer. And we spend a lot of time talking with people that, our patients that may have questions after we've done the investigation. So we have this Medi-Nurse line that's been launched by the state, and we can refer folks to that line to speak with nurses. And then can we go to the next slide, please? And so as you see, and I'm going to hand this over to Dr. G, but the majority of our cases continue to be person to person, and then the next highest group are community transmission. And so when we refer to community transmission, oftentimes those folks just don't know where they got it. They've been living their lives, and they, they get sick, they get tested, and they find out that they are positive. They have a positive case of coronavirus. And just in a general, just touching on Supervisor Medina's question, I won't go into detail right now, but what I will say is that we have cases across the spectrum. We have cases from agriculture, from restaurants, from hair salons, from construction, from retail, from preschools, and some of our largest employers in the community. So the virus is prevails throughout the community, and luckily we're smaller, and it's a little bit easier for us to reach out to those reported cases. In the larger counties, what we're finding is that it's become so prevalent in the communities that they are just no longer doing contact tracing. We never want to get to that point. We want to continue this contact tracing. We find that it's valuable, and we find that people that we speak with on the phone are, for the most part, willing to quarantine, and those that are sick are willing to isolate for the time frames that we give them. And I feel that we've been very successful in our contact tracing and isolation efforts. At this time, I'll hand it over to Dr. G and let him report out on some of these numbers. And we also have Mallory, our epidemiologist available to chime in. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Lynn, for that great report. And I want to thank Mallory while I have the opportunity for all the hard work that she's been doing in the background. I also want to thank the board for your strong support and leadership, in particular Supervisor GILLIO, who's been a great partner over the years with respect to our EMS issues and the coronavirus in particular. And I just know that this has been tough on everybody. Certainly public health is feeling the strain. We have health officers resigning all over the state. Public health nurses are working to the limit of their endurance. So unfortunately, we're in a marathon now. We're on maybe mile 4 of the marathon. I don't know exactly where, but just want to keep that in perspective. So a few quick slides. I'll go rather quickly. This information is available on the website, but obviously we can make this PowerPoint available as well. But I want to point out to the table on the top of this slide, and I really in particular want to point out the 18 to 49-year-old age group. And this is a trend that we're seeing nationwide and California-wide, that this seems to be the biggest group right now contributing to the spread. And there are a lot of theories about this. One is that obviously these are people that are in the workforce, number one, but also they may also perceive the risk to themselves to be somewhat low and maybe underestimate the risk to others that this may be causing. This was, I think, one of the reasons why bars were targeted as closures throughout the country, because it's an area where this kind of mixing in this age group can occur. So, if there was one thing we could change is when we started to reopen, we, personally, I feel like we should have messaged stronger. I didn't expect that people would let their guard down to the extent that they did, but I think nationwide we failed to message that even though we're reopening, life is not completely back to normal, and certainly the measures that we've been promoting all along, including social distancing and hand washing and mask wearing are continue to be hugely important. I want to draw your attention to the bar graph down below, and as you can see, the volume of cases far exceed anything we experienced early in the spring at the beginning here. We're starting to see strains throughout California on hospital supply, particularly ICU capacity. One thing that I will caution is if you look at the far right bars, the 7.5 to 7.11 and the 7.12 to 7.18, these might appear to show that the worst is over and we're starting to trend down. But what we found is that these two bars tend to grow because of delayed reporting and so forth. So these are, I would not hang your hats on these, the two far right bars. That we'll know more in a week or so what those are going to look like. Next slide, please. So this shows the orange counties here are the counties that are on the watch list. As you can see, there's only 2 counties in the Bay Area that are not on the list. Kern County probably will be on the list in the next day or two. And it just seems to be spreading northward. Statewide, the number of cases is about 300 per 100,000. And the test positivity rate, I'll point out here, is about 7.4% nationwide. I'm sorry, statewide. Next slide, please. So here's a focus on San Benito. Focus on San Benito County. Our case count is about 240 per 100K. So it was 300 statewide, 240 in the county. So we're doing a little bit better than the rest of the state. And our test positivity is 6.2%. So it's about 1.2% lower than the rest of the state. This is all good. And I think this is all really a direct result of the leadership that the board has shown in terms of supporting us on the measures that we've been doing so far. But we do need more cooperation from the public. It doesn't matter how many rules we put out there. If they're not followed, then it's not going to make much difference. So next slide, please. And this is the chart that's, again, on the state website that shows our status as far as the monitoring list. The threshold for case rate per 100,000 is 100. We exceeded that on July 3rd, and then again on the 5th, and eventually we're placed on the monitoring list on the 4th. I'm sorry, the 6th rather, and now we're up to 159. So we need to get those numbers down before we can reopen some of our businesses, and so I'm hoping as we go forward we'll see that. Now, actually, would you go to the next slide, please? This slide, and I apologize, is essentially unreadable. We'll see if we can get you a better graphic here, but this shows the OptumServe test data, which has been largely consistent. You know, the folks that go to OptumServe are supposed to be asymptomatic, and the number of cases that come out of there tend to be lower than the ones that come out of the testing that happens at the hospital. I think that kind of makes sense. People that are feeling sick go to the hospital, and they have a higher likelihood of being positive. Next slide, please. So as you know, we're on the county monitoring list, and all counties statewide basically had to join us. And this was last week. That includes I think you all know this list: dining, restaurants, movie theaters, bars, pubs, breweries. One thing I'll point out, and I think the state probably had some challenges in distinguishing between a bar that serves food or just a regular bar and a restaurant that serves food and also serves alcohol, and there's no sharp line between the two. But they settled on a rule that if a bar does serve food, that it needs to sell the food and the alcohol in the same transaction, meaning that you can't just park a taco truck outside and call it done. And I think that was the idea there. And then of course, we've been under these restrictions for about 1 week. For the last 2 weeks, we've been under the county monitoring list restrictions of gyms, fitness centers, places of worship, offices for non-critical infrastructure, et cetera. Actually, I apologize. We've been on the top list for 2 weeks, the bottom list for 1 week. The point is that any of these interventions that happen will not really show up in our numbers for about 3 weeks after they happen. So we may start to see our case counts come down in the next week or two for the top group, and then any effect that the second group or the bottom group had is probably about at least 2 weeks away at this point. So it makes it difficult. It's hard to drive a car when you hit the brakes and then you have to wait 3 weeks before the car starts to slow down, but that's the situation we're in. Next slide, please. And then as far as school reopening, as you know, schools are required to do distance learning if a county is on the monitoring list. And if a county is not on the list, but they do exceed one of those metrics for 1 day, then they also fall into this category. So they don't necessarily have to be on the monitoring list in order to require distance learning. There's certainly some downsides to that, access to internet, access to computers. We know that younger kids benefit from in-person instruction more so than perhaps older kids. And there is a waiver exception that could be granted to some elementary schools. I received one waiver request so far, and I'm reviewing that, and then I need to pass that on up to the state, and they need to approve it as well. So we may see some elementary schools open depending on which superintendents choose to ask for that waiver. And next slide, please. And that's it for my presentation. Happy to take any questions from the board.
Supervisor GILLIO?
Yeah, we had a couple of questions that we forwarded over to Director Belton. I think I'll defer to Supervisor Medina because I think he has probably the same questions I have, but a few were addressed in the presentation. And Supervisor Medina, do you mind?
Sure. Okay. There's a couple of them. The first one, of course, I spoke about earlier was contract tracing. And since we're doing contract tracing, what good becomes of that information if we're not making decisions based upon the outcome? For instance, I had mentioned the salons. Can someone please tell me how many cases are directly related to salons? And if there wasn't any, why would we have to shut them down?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. You know, I actually happen to believe the salons are fairly low risk. There was an outbreak in the Midwest that involved two stylists who were infected, and they had a number of customers, and no cases resulted from those interactions, those haircuts. And the reason for that is that both parties were wearing a mask. That's the reason why that probably didn't happen. So I was a little bit surprised that the governor had decided to close indoor operations for hair salons. You know, to be honest, with our 448 cases, I don't think we have the resolution to really know if cases came from that, which certainly are a fair number that are community transmission where we don't know where they came from. But I have asked our public health staff to see if we can tease out some numbers there. We don't have a good sense of that. I think that statewide, they were using larger data sets than we have available in San Benito County.
Well, then what do we need to do to convince the governor that our salons are operational? We should be able to do that. That's why we have hired the public health officer.
Certainly, and we do have an opportunity to express our views to the state health officer, Dr. Sonia Angel, and they do often take our considerations in hand. I tell you, when I come, if I make a comment regarding our 450 cases and LA has 12,000, you know, they're going to have a stronger voice in terms of their data than my data. But I think that's a very good topic for conversation, and I'm willing to bring that up to the state to ask them to reconsider that particular sector.
Okay. Now, you know, the other one is just dealing with better reporting. When I say better reporting, I have a lot of people asking questions that we need to resolve, and I think the individual that puts the dashboard together would probably be the person to answer these questions. But for instance, on the dashboard itself, when you're speaking of hospitalizations, is that strictly at Hazel Hawkins or is that everywhere? I mean, it seemed at one time they said it was everywhere, and then I did my own little analysis, and it can't be everywhere if I knew there was 2 people in the hospital and one was transferred, and then it still said two in the hospital, because there should have been 2 at Hazel Hawkins and 1 somewhere else. So can someone explain that?
Maybe Lynn or Mallory?
Sure, we report all hospitalizations, And those include our local hospital. And then, as you know, many of our residents seek health care in surrounding counties, particularly Monterey and Santa Clara County. And so if they are hospitalized at Stanford, at Valley Med, or at Salinas Valley Memorial, if they are presently hospitalized and we know about it, then it goes onto our dashboard.
Okay, perfect. That's what I needed, some clarification. The other clarification is the new cases. New cases are, I have an individual that tests positive on Tuesday. Then that same person wants to go back to work, or his the company has asked him to test again. So he tests again a week later and he's still positive. Does that count as 2 cases, or is it just 1 case?
Well, that's a good question.
Just one case. We do not count the same person who's come back positive more than once as a new case. That's one case. It's one individual.
Perfect. And that's vetted through some type of a social security number or something like that, I take it?
It is vetted through a process that we have, yes.
Okay. So.
That was our epidemiologist.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much for that answer. So, you know, one of the other things that I've been hearing a lot is just in general, the testing. Some people, there's rumors out there that they are sitting in waiting line and they don't even take the test and they come back positive. I mean, I know you don't have an answer for that, but have you heard anything that can substantiate these stories?
I haven't really heard those rumors. There may be some rumbling on social media about that, but we verify each positive case. So we call them to confirm that it's positive. And we've never had a call where we've called someone and they've said, no, I'm not positive. We always verify those. And I think that we have a 100% verification rate.
Okay. Now, the last
we're
oh, go ahead.
We do not report out cases that we don't have a lab confirmation for.
Perfect.
We don't do positives, no.
So
they all have to be confirmed cases by a laboratory.
There's 2 more questions, and I'll leave you alone. The
sure.
The question here is, and you might have knowledge of this, but I just want to make sure that everybody out there understands. We have 4 ICU beds. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many ventilators do we have?
I believe we have 8 ventilators.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody understands that part. So last is, what do we need to do in order to, after 21 days, what do we need to do in order to open up these salons, these restaurants, and these gyms? What is our goal? Because what I've seen is he moves the goalposts, meaning we get to a certain point, we achieve what we need to do, and then they change the rules. So day 21, where do we need to be in order to open up the gyms, the restaurants, and the hair salons? If we can't open up the hair salons tomorrow, because we're going to talk to someone today and let them know that we don't have any cases here with salons. But other than that, what do we need to be at?
Well, I think I'm going to let Dr. G answer that question. Dr. G, if you don't mind, would you like to take that question?
Of course. Yeah, we need to get our new case count below 100 per 100,000.
100 per 100,000?
And right now we're around 160.
Okay.
And we've been trending up, but I'm hoping that starts to come down in the next week or two.
Is that a 7-day lag, or is it a
yeah, that one actually is, let me switch to that slide here. That one is a 14-day lag.
14-day lag, okay. And how about the positivity?
I'm sorry, you broke off.
Positivity rate, it has to be under, is it 8%?
it has to be under 8%. Right now, they're reporting 10.3 on the site, which is consistent with our numbers. So, so basically, both of those numbers need to be below 8. It need to be below 100 and 8% respectively.
Where do you get 10.3 when I'm looking at the slide that says 6.2 test positivity?
Yes, thank you. So I should have pointed it out. I believe that's an aggregate number, the 6.2. So that's taking in all of our cases over time.
It says the last 14 days.
If you go to slide 6 of our presentation, slide 6 shows the test positivity rate that they're showing for monitoring, for counties on the monitoring list.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah. Yeah, see that 10.3 there.
Okay, so it's a 7-day lag, not 14. The top one is a 14-day lag.
Correct.
Okay. So we know the rules there, and I know you will talk to someone, hopefully, please, about the hair salons, and we'll go from there. I appreciate everything you're doing. I still believe in the mask ordinance. I stand by you on that, but we need some help from you in order to convince Sacramento that things here might be a little bit different than the entire state, especially looking at our death rate, which is 2, and then you have our hospitalization rate. As numbers have increased, I've been studying this, the hospitalization rate hasn't really increased dramatically to follow that, that bar graph. So my question here is, is it possible, and at what time is the virus not slowing down, but it's not as strong as it was at the beginning? Is that possible?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't quite hear it correctly.
Okay, so I'm looking at the bar graphs. The bar graphs are showing that we have a large increase in daily or weekly new positive cases. But at the same time, when I look at this on a daily basis, I do not see a direct correlation with hospitalizations. So even if we're 2 weeks back, 1 week back, 7 days back, it's irrelevant, because I don't see the uptick in the hospitalizations. Now, my question here is, being that I'm not a medical professional, is it possible that at a certain time the strain or the virus weakens and people now are just self-isolating to stay home and they don't require hospitalization as they did 4 months ago?
You know, I don't know of any evidence that the virus itself has changed to the extent that it would cause people to become less ill.
Okay.
But I do think that the lower hospitalization and death rate as compared to earlier is a reflection of the younger cohort that's getting, that's responsible for most of the cases right now.
That's the
And
57
that we would
point.
expect the hospitalization and death rate to trend up later.
So that's the 57.8 because they're more healthy and they're.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the graph here. It says 57.8 of the cases now are 18 to 49. They're much healthier, and they are. I can't say for everyone, but they're younger and they can kick the virus much better than anyone else. Is that what you're saying, Doctor?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, you know, we certainly have had 18 and 20-year-olds die from this virus, but as a group, they tend to be less likely to be hospitalized, more likely to have mild symptoms. Unfortunately, as that reservoir of infected individual grows in the community, the propensity for that to spread to people that are more vulnerable goes way up. And so that's the concern. We think that the hospitalization and death rates that we expect to come from this won't be directly from these individuals, but from the ones that they pass the virus to later on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
And then I just wanted to add that, of course, there's always a lag time with data. And I wanted to add that today, we have two COVID ICU cases in our hospital, and we have two med-surg COVID cases. So we have 4 COVID cases today that are hospitalized. This goes up and down. We have a small hospital and we have a small ICU capacity. We don't have anyone on ventilators. We have had someone under the age of 30 in our ICU in the last month.
Well, thank you very much
So I
for that update.
Add the details. Thank you.
And I should mention too that Governor Newsom yesterday in his press conference singled out San Benito County as having no ICU beds available, and that was actually true the night before last, but not today. So it does change on a daily basis.
Well, actually, Dr. G, I just got a report. I'm in touch with the hospitals twice a day, and ICU is full again. But
all right.
Yeah, it fluctuates daily.
Okay. And that, it fluctuates daily because of the amount of ICU beds we have, being we only have 4.
Yeah, we only have 4. And as you know, Supervisor Medina, oftentimes when we have a very acutely, or we have a very ill patient, we will fly them out to bigger medical centers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm completed with my questioning, Supervisor.
Mr. Chair, do you mind coming back to GILLIO for a second? This is one item that Medina didn't cover that we were talking about with Tracy was how do you categorize? So I saw a stat recently nationwide that testing has increased 37% and infection count has increased 150%. I don't know. Do we have that number for San Benito County? Because one of the concerns that we have is increased testing leads to increased results, right? We've heard that, and obviously, common sense that you're testing more people, you're going to find out more people have a virus. Do we have that number, or can we get that number to put out to the community that, hey, we've increased our testing by 700% and our infections have only gone up 300%, or vice versa, we've increased 20% and our infections have gone up 200%. Is that something that we have available, or is that something you can share later?
Yeah, I don't have, I think the testing volume in San Benito County has been relatively consistent. It has not really changed much over the last couple of months where we've got fixed capacity at OptumServe, and then the hospital has their native capacity. I can tell you that California overall has had an increase of about 60% in testing volume, but has also seen about 109% increase in cases. So what's happening is that the people that are getting tested are more likely to be sick. And that means that the test positivity rate will go up as well. So, yeah, the testing obviously will raise the number of cases, but it doesn't have any impact on the disease that's out there. And you can think of, a tip of an iceberg growing with testing. It doesn't really make sense that the iceberg itself that's underwater is shrinking. So the testing is just giving us a kind of an indication of disease prevalence. And not causing cases, I guess, is the...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your patience. I know, Dr. G, this is a lot of questions, but I think it's actually imperative we understand for sure, because I'm still a little confused. And I appreciate Supervisor Medina's questions because they kind of hinge along the same lines. I feel like on the dashboard, there needs to be a lot more clarity as far as the beds. Lynn mentioned that we have some cases that are technically in our hospital, but then some of them are actually considered hospitalizations from out of town in other hospitals, but just, I guess, I would imagine because they're residents of San Diego County, they're considered towards our hospitalization rate. So I feel like the hospitalizations needs to be a lot clearer, and I'm curious how many of them are ICU versus non-ICU beds, so it kind of begs to the question of if they're there because of COVID or they're there with COVID. Did somehow they get tested after the fact? They're there because they had a bad injury working on their yard, and then all of a sudden they get tested. You know, what is the protocol? And then, you know, what is that? How do you differentiate whether they're there because they had symptoms, right? So maybe are they, if I would imagine with ventilators, it makes it really easy, right? Because that means obviously that the infection is that bad that they need to be on ventilator. So that makes it clear. But as far as ICU and non-ICU, I don't know if there's really clarity on interpreting that information. You want to answer that, Dr.
Yeah,
G?
thank you for that. Yeah, lots of ways to break down the hospitalization data, and most of this is reported to the state by each hospital. We can work on trying to clarify that on the dashboard a little bit better. I know that ICU beds, you know, typically are not occupied unless there's felt to be, you know, either a serious illness or the potential for a serious illness where you need that one-to-one nursing and close monitoring that happens in an ICU. So certainly not everybody in the ICU would be on a ventilator. Some are there as a kind of precautionary move. There are a number of COVID positive patients that are mildly symptomatic and are sent home, so that just being positive doesn't mean you're hospitalized. But the hospitalized group should represent the kind of sicker cohort.
Hi, and I just want to add that those, when they're reported out to us as COVID ICUs, they're in there because COVID is causing some complications. I mean, they're very sick because of COVID, and if they're not on a ventilator, that doesn't mean that they're not receiving some sort of oxygen therapy. You know, a ventilator is a last resort to help a person breathe when they cannot breathe on their own. And so there are other oxygen therapies and breathing treatments that they get in the ICU. The ventilator is really a last resort to help a person breathe.
Thank you for that, Lynn and Dr. G. Yeah, that makes sense. I appreciate that. I mean, either way, I think the point is it'd be good to distinguish hospitalizations a bit, because there's a lot of assumptions created. You know, they're hospitalized. That, you know, if you look at 4 hospitalizations, you're thinking all of our beds are taken up, but that doesn't necessarily mean the case, and you can't interpret that based off the surface level information we're getting from the dashboard. And then along those lines, and so this is one of the things that I'm pretty sure you're hearing about. I actually sent an article to our CAO from MSN that basically mentioned that there was folks that were considered positive. They got a letter saying they were positive and they never tested. Somehow they were in line. They weren't ever able to actually test. They left, and somehow they got a positive COVID. And then I'm like curious, right? So here I am trying to understand, and I actually went straight to the source, to CDC, and it defines 2 different situations. One is the positive, what defines a positive case. So a COVID-19 case includes confirmed and probable cases and deaths. And this change was made to reflect an interim COVID-19 position. So this was back in April 5th. And then when you go, so it mentions probable, right? So then you go down to the explanation of what is a COVID-19 probable case. And it says a probable case or death is defined as a person meeting clinical criteria and epidemiologic evidence with no confirmatory laboratory testing performed for COVID-19. So that tells me you didn't necessarily have to get tested and you're still considered a positive COVID case. So then I looked up the breakdown of what clinical criteria is, and it says basically it's symptomatic, right? At least 2 of the following symptoms, which is fever, chills, rigors, myalgia, headache, sore throat. So it's symptomatic is what I'm assuming. You know, I'm obviously not a doctor, but that's what it's telling me right now. And then when it mentions epidemiologic linkage, that's basically one of the following exposures in the 14 days before onset of symptoms. So it's close contact with a confirmed or probable case of COVID-19 disease, or close contact with a person with clinically compatible illness, linkage to a confirmed case of COVID-19 disease, travel to or residence in an area with sustained ongoing community transmission. So this has nothing to do with testing. This has to do with somehow this person is connected to someone who was maybe considered positive, and therefore you by default. So you have to meet both of those criteria. I get it, it's a little bit, maybe it requires a little bit more, but nonetheless, it still excludes, which I think is to me, the confusing, I don't understand why they would do this. The alarming point is you don't necessarily have to have a lab test to be considered a positive case. And this is through the CDC. So can you explain that to me, doctor? Are we doing that locally, or are we're not following those guidelines?
Yeah, I believe you're referring, those guidelines go back to early April, I think you mentioned.
April 5th.
And yeah, that was a time of extreme testing scarcity, and we were really rationing who got tested. So there was a period of time when everything fit together that you were presumed to be positive. I think that's what you're referring to. We're not really in that stage at this point. Anybody being hospitalized is certainly getting tested. Anybody that goes to the ER, you know, obviously the Optum Serve site, we're having some access limitations due to volume, but we're not at this stage presuming anybody positive at this point. Now, there may be cases where they've had a close contact, they have symptoms, and we might recommend they just quarantine, and if they wish to get testing, they can. But if we just presume that it's positive in that case, then you know, you sort of treat them as though they were positive. But I'm not aware of any letters we're sending out to tell people that they are positive, unless maybe Lynn could add in.
Yeah, and I've seen articles where they actually mention, I think like in Florida, they've actually dropped cases because of that. They've dropped cases that were considered probable, and they were added as positive cases, and then somehow they got dropped off.
Oh, yeah.
So it just raises the alarming question, right? Because you're dealing with ultimately the implications of the public response, which is a PR nightmare, right? They're assuming certain things, everybody's panicking, and all of a sudden you have, I mean, I've personally had business owners reach out to me saying, Peter, I just got attacked right now by a customer because there was someone that was in my shop that didn't have a mask, and they've always been compliant to the rules. They've never at all in any way, shape, or form intended to violate the rules, yet somehow they're being attacked because there was one instance where someone walks in without a mask. And that's still not assuming that that person had a legal reason to not wear a mask, but it still doesn't change the reality is this kind of stuff, the clarity is really important, because the public interpretation and assumptions by default, right? If there's a narrative being created that's damaging to our communities, and that's kind of what I iterated from the beginning, is we have to have a consistent and honest dialogue with the public, so that way we make sure we keep our community unified. But nonetheless, so there was one question that I had as far as the under investigation element. It says there was 82, if I'm not mistaken, and when Lynn was showing the dashboard, there was 82 under investigation. Can you clarify what that means?
Lynn, would you like that?
Sure. I'm actually going to have our epidemiologist speak to this.
Sure. Hi, Peter Hernandez. This is Mallory Schmidt. So I just wanted to say that under investigation essentially means that our nurses are still either completing their interviews, or I haven't received, you know, the data for that. So it's just a lag, just because we're in such a surge right now. That's what that means, essentially, that we haven't designated them to one of those other three categories as person-to-person, community, or travel-related transmission.
Okay. So, and it was along those lines, thank you for that answer. It was along those lines of, were those, if they're considered, if they're under investigation, does that mean they're probable? If they're probable, are they somehow tallied also with the included positive cases? Again, all the confusion created with what I shared with you prior. But along that note, so have we ever had a situation in San Benito County where our probable cases were considered positive? It sounds like, but I don't want to speak for anybody, it sounds like that's true, and maybe we've gone away from it.
No, thank you for that question. Let me address that and nip that in the bud there. We do not consider we don't have no such thing as probable cases necessarily. We require a lab confirmation for a positive result to be considered a case. That is all we use. It's very black and white.
Okay.
So even if you had a case who was positive and they had contacts, their contacts are not considered probable cases.
Okay. So we've never had a probable positive case, basically.
We do not use that, no.
Okay. I just wanted to know, because it sounded like Dr. G mentioned that that was in the beginning, but no longer. So I was just wanted to have clarity on that. So
Locally, it has never been a thing, no.
So, and in our numbers, so we can be doing a case investigation. Our nurse can be doing a case investigation and talking to the lab confirmed case, the person's name that's on that lab confirmed case. So they're talking to that person. They have a positive result, and then they can, and you know, we talk very intimately with these folks, and they can say, well, my son has a fever, and my daughter has a fever, and my husband has a fever. And so we say, okay, to them in conversation, they need to quarantine and isolate. They need to isolate because they have symptoms. And we consider those as probable cases. And we suggest that they get tested if they so choose. And when they get those positive results that come in, then they are a case. But as we're doing our investigations, probable, when we come across that kind of a situation and we say, oh, there's a probable 3 cases in this household, those do not go into the numbers until there is a lab confirmed case.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand, and that makes total sense. I was just asking if historically we've ever done that, like the CDC, because just to clarify, it's on the CDC website today, so that makes it very questionable. Not us locally, right? I'm not saying you guys, I'm saying just in general, right? Which agencies are doing this stuff still, if that's the CDC, their recommendations for itemizing these cases. So, and it makes me curious, like how much of those cases were probable, but they should have dropped off as negatives, and maybe they never did, or they were positive and they just recovered and that's why they dropped, right? There's all these questions, and that's I think they're honest and on point. But and then I know I asked prior, and I'm gonna ask again, Doctor. I know I know some public disagrees with me, but I still do believe it'd be a good idea, especially with item 33 coming up, that we put out a health statement to the public, that we make sure that we're not, basically encouraging public policing of people, right? I see this being the train wreck that's coming personally. I seen the report from the health department that it was over 200 instances where folks were basically labeled as non-compliant. They were, whether it's they weren't supporting masks or whatever the assumption was, nonetheless, there's 200 instances where someone was basically called and complained, and then item 33 might even weaponize that element all over, to a certain extent, a heightened degree, because at that point you're going to have basically folks being fined, and that, if you have folks that are intent on going after people, item 33, I think, is going to create a really strong opportunity for people being attacked, and I know the argument is well, we got to make sure that there's a process involved, and I get it, but nonetheless, I think it's a good point that we preemptively tell the public, hey, don't go after people. There should be, to a certain extent, an ability for someone to defend themselves if, like the instance that I mentioned earlier, someone was compliant, was doing a good job, and they were doing their best, not perfect, but if you have one individual walk in, you shouldn't be blasted because of that and attacked, and then all of a sudden you're labeled as a bad guy, all because of an assumption that you're really not trying to comply with. There's all these extenuating circumstances that have to be considered, and I feel like 33 is going to create an opportunity for more problems than it's going to solve. That's why I don't support it, nonetheless. But that's why I really think it's a strong opportunity for us to try to unify our community, Doctor. And if we put out a statement like that, then we avoid these divisive policing tactics that's already happening right now.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Supervisor Hernandez. Okay, we have had a presentation, we have a discussion among the board. Unfortunately, we have had no discussion what's on the agenda. And that refers to the adopt urgency ordinance and authorizing civil enforcement. Ray, would you like to,
Yes.
or Barbara,
Yes.
bring it back,
Yes.
the board back to the to the agenda item?
Yes, I would like to present that. So as previously presented by Health and Human Services, we're aware that the COVID virus continues to affect San Benito County and the state of California, as well as the nation. The governor has issued various executive orders during this COVID crisis, and the state health department has also issued guidance about businesses that can be open and how businesses must operate. N60-20, which is an executive order, requires that residents obey the guidances that is issued. And I'm just going over the basic points just so the public's aware. Currently, the governor's orders can be enforced through criminal sanctions, which is 8665, which indicates the violation of an order can be charged as a misdemeanor. In addition, you can enforce the government orders through the state of California's orders through civil mechanisms. But there are some negatives with both of those mechanics for enforcement. On the criminal level, it should be used for the more serious violations. It may not be appropriate for more minor violations, and it may be overly harsh for a minor violation to face a responsible person that's never had a criminal citation in their life to have them face a misdemeanor charge. Civil enforcement also takes time and money, county resources, and a great deal of time to gain enforcement through a civil action such as a temporary restraining order. There's been multiple comments that have been received as a result of the draft ordinance that was placed on the board's agenda. Some of those comments include that there's a lack of established fine schedule, that it may be enforced in an inconsistent or arbitrary manner. The sentiment that this ordinance will be on the books for forever or for a very long time, even after the urgent need is passed, that this ordinance is just being enacted as a way to create more revenue for the county, or that the maximum fine amount is too excessive. So it raises the basic question about what fine amount encourages compliance without being too high or unreasonable or unreasonably punitive. Staff is presenting a revised fine schedule, which would have the maximum non-commercial fine of $200 and the maximum commercial related violation of $750. I ask the board to bear it's going to take some time to go over some of the staff recommended changes, but I would like to read them into the record as far as what staff would like to propose to address some of the concerns that have been raised. The changes in the fine amount make our proposed ordinance more consistent with the city of Salinas and the city of Monterey. The city of Monterey has a face covering ordinance, and the city of Salinas, which do not have fines that were as high as our initial proposed ordinance. And I also want to reiterate that you cannot be fined unless the enforcing officer verifies the violation. It's not that you will receive a fine if a neighbor reports a violation if it hasn't been independently confirmed by the enforcing officer. So the first change is going to be in section 3, which is adding a definition of commercial. It says commercial means relating to business or business activity, including but not limited to making or intending to make a profit. Paragraph F of definitions has been modified to reduce the number of parties that can actually enforce this ordinance to a more small group of select individuals that have experience with enforcement. So it says now, enforcement officer means any peace officer, the environmental health manager or his or her designee, and any code enforcement officer from the Division of Code Enforcement and the Resource Management Agency, comma, and anyone identified by resolution of the board. Skipping, pardon? No, skipping down to section 7. Okay. Section 7 now will read entirely. Section 7A reads, an enforcement officer may issue a citation to any responsible party violating any provision of this ordinance. No penalty shall be assessed until the factual basis for the citation has been verified by the enforcement officer. So that other sentence that was originally in that sentence has been deleted. The section regarding penalties shall read in full. Penalties, in parentheses, fines for administrative citations issued pursuant to this ordinance shall be as follows. Non-commercial. The civil penalty for each non-commercial violation shall be a fine not to exceed the following. First offense, written warning. Second offense, $75. Third offense, $125. Fourth and subsequent offenses, $200. Commercial, the civil penalty, paragraph 1, the civil penalty for each commercial violation shall be a fine not to exceed the following. First offense, written warning. Second offense, $150. Third offense, $350, and fourth and subsequent offenses, $750. Any revenue, the next sentence, which was originally number 2, which had referenced a $10,000 fine, maximum has been deleted. The following language has been added at the end of that section. Says any revenue received from administrative citations greater than the cost of enforcement shall be set aside in a dedicated fund to be used as determined by the Board of Supervisors for COVID-related expenses such as grants to businesses and nonprofits. Then we skip down to Section 10. The last sentence in Section 10 has been deleted because it was moved up to Section 7. And in Section 14, there was a sentence added at the end. In addition, this ordinance shall have no further force and effect if the board does not adopt a resolution every 45 days supporting continuation of enforcement through a program including administrative citations. If adoption of such a resolution does not occur, this ordinance expires 45 days after the last adopted resolution. And those are the changes. I think that will make an ordinance that will encourage compliance without being unreasonably or punitive, and the goal of this ordinance is not to come down too hard, not to be unreasonable in the enforcement, but to encourage enforcement for the greater health of the public and to encourage compliance. I am available for any questions if you would like. And I could read the ordinance of the title of the ordinance for the record right now: an urgency ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, incorporating by reference and authorizing administrative penalties and civil enforcement of State of California and San Benito County Public Health Officer COVID-19 emergency orders.
Thank you, Barbara. In the interest of time, we had an extensive discussion earlier with the doctor and the staff about how we felt or our opinions and asking technical questions about the numbers and all that. For the next X months, let's stay focused on the presentation that Barbara made. Any questions to Barbara?
Mr. Chair, this is Jim GILLIO.
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering if you thought it would be appropriate, because there was a lot of changes to the ordinance that Barbara just read, and those were based off of a lot of the feedback that I had received. Maybe we could have public comment now, if that's appropriate, and then bring it back to the board. I just wanted to throw that out there for you because it's a lot to digest as we are in a meeting here, and there's a lot of changes. I think it's definitely more, I used a term before, cleaver versus scalpel, and this is more of a fine point. We had vast amounts of swing between a low violation of, $100 or $250 up to $10,000 for businesses, and that's all changed. So we've got a sunset ordinance in there, so it doesn't stay on the books forever. The revenue doesn't go straight to the general fund. It's not a way for the county to quote unquote raise revenue. A bunch of different changes, but I'd like to hear public comment on that. That's just one supervisor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Peter. So Hernandez?
Yeah, just 2 points before it goes to the public that I didn't hear, and I think it'd be good for the discourse of even the public, is I think I brought it up before to County Council, to Barbara, but one is the due process for the defendant, making sure that there's actually a court proceeding and not a hearing. It's one thing, I wouldn't want anybody to be outside of the public conversation to understand, to a certain extent, these folks need to be able to defend themselves. And this is still outside of me supporting it, but nonetheless, this is just my concerns is, and then the other part of it is you know, the constitutional right of the public to be able to confront their accuser, right? I mean, I know for me personally, there's been instances I'd be really frustrated, as an example, where someone's complaining about my dog, and it's like my dog is never out, and the one time they're out, all of a sudden I get a police officer showing up to my door, or a code enforcement officer showing up and complaining and saying what, and it had nothing to do with reality. It had more to do with just someone, yeah, it was a retaliation element. So, and I know that county council did mention that, well, you got to protect the right of the public, right, that are calling in, right, kind of like a whistleblower thing. But to a certain extent, there's got to be a protection both ways, right? I agree with that. I think the public has a right to file a complaint, but I believe that there's a right for the defendant to be able to know who's accusing them, so they would try to a certain extent, be able to present a case for themselves, and have more factual evidence into the conversation so that it's relative, right? Because if there's instances where someone knows that they've got into an argument with somebody, and then all of a sudden they go after them, then it's like, it's a lot easier to understand why someone would go after you, not because of you trying to violate any rules, but just they don't like you, right? It becomes a biased thing, and I want to avoid that. But you're not going to have that ability if the defendant can't protect himself just as much as the offender, or the complaint person would have the right to file that complaint.
I can address that. No citation shall occur unless the violation has been verified by the enforcing officer. And that person is going to be the one that witnesses the complaint, and actually is going to be the person that will be at the administrative hearing. So let's say that neighbor complains that there's a party going on in the backyard, or maybe a business is open. It's not that neighbor that's actually bringing the complaint. It's actually going to be the enforcing officer that shows up and notices that that business is open. Okay, so the names of the neighbors that make the complaint would remain confidential under this ordinance. There's a section of that, but the due process is still there, because it's actually the enforcing officer that's bringing the complaint, saying, I saw the business being open, and the person has the right to confront that enforcing officer. We do have, and I understand that there's maybe differences of opinion on that, but it's customary throughout the state to, from past research when we've had Public Records Act requests for the names of people that do code enforcement complaints. A lot of jurisdictions do keep the name of somebody that files a code enforcement complaint confidential, so that there's not retaliation against the person that's made the initial complaint. And we do have an independent hearing officer. It's not somebody that, it's not going to be an employee of the county.
Yeah,
It's going to be a professional hearing officer that feels free to rule against the county if
that's an unfair statement, though, because ultimately you're basically saying you can file a complaint in retaliatory opportunities, but the defendant doesn't have the right to defend themselves when someone's retaliation doesn't just happen one way. It's very possible and plausible. I mean, let's put it this way. There's a reason why the Constitution allows for you to be able to confront your accuser, because there's a lot of excluded evidence in that decision-making process that doesn't give the person the right to truly basically frame the argument as to why that would be retaliatory versus non-retaliatory. So it puts the defendant in a lot tougher position than the complainant. The person that complains can walk away scot-free, not worrying about whether they just crushed a business, whether they just crushed an individual. You know, it doesn't matter. And I don't think that's right. There's a reason why it's in the Constitution for you to be able to confront your accuser, and I completely disagree with that.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other supervisor like to speak before I open up to the public?
Yeah, briefly, Mr. Chair, addressing that. So in the original version of the ordinance, there was some ambiguity about who could call in and how a citation could be issued, or how it could happen. And that the whole purpose of that is to not have that situation that Supervisor Hernandez is concerned about. And that was a concern that I raised to County Council, as well as my prior law enforcement experience. It's very critical that so in the criminal law, the way it works is a citizen cannot make a misdemeanor arrest for an infraction. They can only make a misdemeanor citizen's arrest for a felony that occurred in their presence, and then also some other very limited amount of misdemeanors. So the whole thought was to make sure that the person who is issuing the citation is witnessing the actual violation in real time as it's happening, and there's not a, hey, my neighbor, Supervisor Hernandez, the other day had 17 people at his, party at the Vets Hall, and whatever the violation was, that doesn't matter. They can call in and say, well, the answer. I think the response in the supervision and the people taking those calls would be, well, that happened in the past, and there's no way we can verify that. That's it. That's the end of the story. So somebody has to go out, physically, visually see it. And there's a similar phenomenon right now with, and obviously I don't want to compare the seriousness of fireworks and COVID and all those things, but just in the pure lawful mechanics of it, administrative citations have become very commonplace over the last several years with fireworks violations. And you always have the right to go to a hearing officer, confront your accuser, who is the person who wrote you the citation, whether that be a police officer, and that happens frequently, right? And those administrative citations, the whole thought behind this, frankly, after talking with the sheriff, I did not talk directly with the DA, but I heard secondhand from the DA through the sheriff that they're looking for something outside of the criminal justice system. They're looking for something administrative that can be handled outside of the criminal justice system. Number one, like county council said, nobody wants, I don't believe any board member, nobody up here, no county team members want to get somebody involved in the criminal justice system over COVID. That's the whole, I think, consensus of why they're looking at this, is because now you have an administrative, and again, it says in their written warning, not a verbal warning, because then you have the allegations of, well, we already gave you a warning. No, you didn't. It's a physical written warning. You'll have a piece of paper, and the hearing officer would have that piece of paper with the citation. So the two-step process there. So I think a lot of that's been thought of, and I just hope that I got a ton of calls on this on the weekend, on both sides of this. We went back to county council with all the feedback that I received from people, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to misrepresent the calls. I also got several calls that said, absolutely not, this is ridiculous, don't do this. So let's be clear, those calls are out there as well. However, with the calls that I got that said, hey, you should consider this because this doesn't look right with the amount of the fines, the sunset ordinance, how long does this thing stay on the books? Where does the money go? You're just doing it to raise money for the county. All of those issues were addressed in the statement that county council made, and I just wanted to make that clear. And then also, if anybody from the sheriff's office wanted to make any comments, I'm not putting anybody on the spot. If they do want to make comments, that's great, and if they don't, that's great as well. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, it's Mark Medina.
Thank you. Actually, I got Supervisor BOTELHO. Sorry,
Okay.
Mark, I'll go after you. Supervisor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we've been talking about for several weeks at the Roadmap to Recovery with the two cities is that we have to have some sort of enforcement abilities. I don't think the two cities want to be punitive and go out there and actively, try to cite people. Certainly not the businesses, but we have to have a tool in place that if there is some, real negligence, that we could enforce our ordinances and state's orders. This is coming from the state. We have to have this. And at least this capability to, have the incentive for people to follow the guidelines and the governor's orders. And I don't think it was made too clear that, this, and maybe Barbara could clear this up a little bit, this is for the unincorporated areas. The cities are past their own ordinance and their own enforcement. And I think that's something we have to keep in mind as well.
Yes, that is correct.
That's
If
right.
I could clarify, this is for the unincorporated county. The cities will be looking at their own enforcement mechanisms. It's
you.
for the unincorporated area of the county, this ordinance.
Supervisor Medina?
Yes, I'd like to be clear on something. It's, looking at this ordinance, the only way I would even consider it is if this is for face mask only with individuals. We're not speaking of someone, calling someone and saying, hey, there's 10 people in my backyard. This is strictly a face mask, this, for individuals. This should be a face mask only. And I do look at other different states, other cities that have it for face masks and face masks only. And that's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, it's at the discretion of the board. Some cities have done face masks only. Currently, it's, would also cover, businesses that are open contrary to the guidances.
I'm talking about individuals, Barbara.
Okay.
Just individuals, it's face mask only.
Okay.
That's what I'm concentrating on right now, it's individuals.
If we could get a polling from the board about whether they would like that change, I can draft language if the board as a whole would like that.
Hey, Barbara, what does it say right now?
Maybe hear from the public.
Yeah. Pardon? Supervisor De La Cruz?
Yes, what does it say right now? Does it say?
It's for any, currently, for individuals, it would be any individual that violates any of the guidances that are issued by the state. So it could be, guidances other than just, face coverings. So it could include issues like gatherings, even if they were non-commercial in nature.
So
Like-
what Supervisor Medina is saying that it's only face covering, but if there's a backyard party of, say, 20 people, then they can't issue a citation on that. Is that correct, Supervisor Medina?
Yes, I mean, the governor states himself that you can't have protests. And that's my problem that I have, is it's hard for me to say that you can go protest and have many people involved in this, but when it comes to something that, you know, your neighbor has, I just don't, I can't buy it where one thing is good and the other thing's not. So that's why I'm looking at face mask in public, and that would be only for the individuals.
I don't know if I can support that because I noticed that, and I guess Doctor help me out here, I noticed that a lot of the latest cases are young people who meet in more than 10 gatherings or even family gatherings. In fact, I even had a relative that tried to throw a party at a backyard, and I told the person, no, don't you go there. So I don't know if I can support your position, Mr. Supervisor Medina, and I'm not going to support it. Supervisor BOTELHO? No? Okay. Supervisor Jim GILLIO?
Just what are the states, before we go to public, what are the states' guidance right now if we have HHS on the line still regarding public gatherings, private public gatherings like a backyard barbecue? I thought that fell off the radar, but maybe I'm wrong.
Good question.
I'm sorry, is that question for me?
Or somebody or somebody over in your office.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, my apologies. My understanding is that any gatherings of households coming together is still not allowed. Whether there's enforcement behind that is another question, but that's where a lot of cases have come from, is family gatherings, people from different households coming together.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we open up to the public? Okay, we're gonna open up to the public. Can Michelle, I have her name down here. Michelle, would you like to speak up first? She's not on the call list.
Mr. Chair, we have somebody in the chambers that would like to speak. We'll start there.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
good morning.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure where to start. I want to start by saying that less than 0.75% have tested positive in our county in the last 4 months, and they're not all sick. Although for the last 10 days, recently, 10 a day have been detected over the last 20 days. If at a rate of 10 a day for the next 2 weeks, we'll get to 1% of our population. In order to get to 5%, we'd have to have 10 a day for 9 months. That's 5% of our population tested positive, not necessarily sick. You know, I mean, I can comment that it seems like it's a lot worse since we've had mandatory masks. Is that a direct correlation? I don't know. I don't know if the author to the ordinance is here, but on page 11 it says, significant and escalating numbers of suspected cases of community transmission at large events. So what are large events and what is suspected and where is the evidence? Can they share evidence with us that they suspect this is where all this hell and damnation is coming from? I'd like you to remember that ordinance can be used to harass citizens as well as businesses. Watch out what you do. You know, looking out for us. Please consider our community is in a good position. We don't necessarily have to listen to Dr. Q. He's not a statistician. He's trying to keep people healthy, but he doesn't know all the laws. That's why you people are here. I just implore you to open schools, churches, gyms, indoor restaurants. Please take control of our county. You don't necessarily have to follow the governor in order to get money. That's extortion, okay? Now our businesses are going to have to go to you to get money to keep them going. That's extortion too. Let people stay open and let's have proof that you got it at the Heritage.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Chamber Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Hey, my name is Victoria Montoya, and I'm here just to ask a question. Is that all this testing that's going in the county, does the community know how long it's going to be here, and who can go, how can you get there? Because I come from District 5, which most of us, if we don't go to the clinic that's nearby us, we don't know where to go testing and how often should you do it. So I just want to know how long is this testing that's at the Veterans Building going to last, so we can go at least, every 3 months or whenever you feel like you need to. So I just want to know that.
Thank you, Vicki. We'll have a response for you. Make sure that you send your information to Ray, and he'll respond to your question. Thank you. Next speaker.
Kevin, if you could please state your name.
Hi, it's Kevin Stopper. I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask a question of the HHS. Is that appropriate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just had a question on the timing of the results. It kind of relates to what's going on. I had to make some travel during the 4th of July week, and I came back and I wanted to get tested. It took me almost 7 days to schedule. And when I finally got scheduled, I'm still waiting for my results, and it's been 6 days now. the reason I did that is because I did travel and I did have an accident while I was traveling, which involved blood and involved going to an ER up in Portland. And I was thankfully helped by a unknown citizen who had to apply pressure to my wound. So I was exposed by an unknown person. But beyond that, I'm still waiting for my results. And I think in relation to that, I think that trickles down to the businesses that also have to wait. I think that has to be taken into consideration. When those results are waiting, we're also getting those results that are waiting, being reported. So do those businesses also have to wait for those results? That's kind of my question. And I'm wondering if there's a 7-day wait for my results, do those results also get reported 7 days later, and then those businesses have to wait another, those 7 days to open up? You understand what I'm asking? That's it.
Thank you, sir. Ray, can you get name and information and try to help him out on getting him an update on his tests?
Yeah, well then.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If you could please state your name for the record. You have been unmuted. If you could please unmute yourself. Okay, I'm going to go to the next speaker.
Hello?
Yes, madam.
This is Jackie Morris Lopez, resident of San Juan Bautista. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, because I'm on my speakerphone in my car, and I've waited a long time to make a comment, and I actually am now a little confused because Supervisor Hernandez went on a very long tirade and tangent and circled back to that question he asked at a meeting a few weeks ago to our public health officer. Could you please stand up and make a statement about please don't bully the anti-maskers, which I think is a ludicrous and ridiculous stance and a question to throw at our public health officer. I just want to state that. Also on the record, just as you give us, the citizens, 3-minute limit, there should be a limit, a reasonable limit on you, Board of Supervisors, primarily Supervisor Hernandez. He talks incessantly and gets off target and off tangent, and it just makes it for a very long meeting. And I'm parked outside of my workplace, but it's important for me to state this. I don't think we would be going down this road of an ordinance if the public respected that this is a public health issue. COVID is a public health issue. It should not be a police issue. If everyone did their part and wore a mask and social distance and took common sense as to what businesses are essential and which are not, we wouldn't be in this position today, looking at it as a law, as an ordinance, who's going to police it, who's going to ticket it, where's the money. You know, I think that you have an arm already of the public health department. You have environmental health. You have the officer that goes around and checks on restaurants and businesses to see that they're following code. Why can't you have an arm of that division to make sure that these same businesses often are opened that follow the COVID guidelines? And last thing I want to say, and I'm pointing this out specifically to Supervisor BOTELHO, he's from my district, is once again, I think it's really ludicrous that the San Juan merchants have approved and the city council to open up bars that serve dinner. You're either a bar or you're not. And I feel, like I said earlier, that mixing alcohol and food together in the guise of this is okay, we can do this because it's food, that's like a very risky situation. You're having people drink without a mask on. The guideline is to wear a mask when you're not chewing food or drinking a beverage. You throw alcohol into the mix, and what do you think is going to happen? Thank you very much for your time. And Supervisor GILLIO, good luck to you. I get a good sense that you're a good guy, you're a thinker, and good luck to you in your future. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jackie. All right, next speaker.
Patty, if you could please state your name.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. My name is Patty Spears, and I'm a resident of San Benito County. I've read the proposed emergency ordinance regarding enforcement of penalties and civil enforcement under the guise of COVID-19. I found it very disturbing for the following reasons. I'll try and be as brief as possible. Section 3, line 1, Section 2, any person or entity that owns any real property equaling landlords are at risk of having their properties taken from them due to the actions of the tenants, which the landlord has no legal grounds to control. Section 11 basically allows the county to seize real property under the blanket of violation enforcement. This is in violation of the Fifth Amendment. And I can read the Fifth Amendment if you need to know what that is. Next, Section 4, Government Code 53069.4 shall constitute a public nuisance, yet the marijuana grow that took place on Union and Riverside was not shut down. I felt that was a public nuisance, and I know for a fact there were many complaints about that. Section 5, line B, powers of enforcement officer would have the power to inspect public and private property, which equals an invasion of privacy and is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. At what point is somebody allowed to come into my home? That's absolutely not allowable. It's just not acceptable. Section 5, number C, person can be fined. I understand that the fines are being fine-tuned, for lack of a better term, but being fined $1,000 for willfully resisting, delaying, or obstructing any enforcement. What constitutes resisting, delaying, etc.? It basically is a loss of rights if you do not comply. Section 6, Part B, allows immunity for the county and any enforcement officer for their actions and violations of a person's freedom. I'm not tuned to that. Section 7, line B, Section 1, civilian violations anywhere from $25 to $500 occurrence. When people are out of work, they have 30 days to pay it. This is not what your constituents need during this time of crisis. Further, here we go. Same section, item 2, commercial fines which is another attack on the businesses in this county. Our supervisor just resigned over the need to keep his business open, yet ordinances like this would do the exact opposite and cause nothing but further harm to businesses. The fees, another way for the county, this was brought up, another way for the county to create revenues essentially equal to a tax, therefore creates an incentive to fine citizens. You did mention, unpaid fees lead to jail time, because jail time is mentioned several times within this ordinance. So does this lead to jail time? Next thing, appeals process.
Thank you, madam.
Okay,
Next speaker.
Hunter, if you could please state your name.
Hunter Cuneo, resident of San Benito County.
Yes, sir.
I can speak to this issue personally. I had some experience with it just last week. Hours after being messaged by a bunch of lowlifes telling me they're going to have my white privileged business shut down, I was visited by an employee of Four Leaf Incorporated, which is a company contracted by San Benito County to handle code enforcement. He came and took pictures of my residence and my private property that I lease in Tres Pinos. I have to explain to my children why a man is outside of our house taking pictures of us. Thanks to this snitch line you're activating, this law has been placed in the hands of the most spiteful, hateful lowlives who at any time can now use code enforcement or law enforcement to come and harass or investigate anyone who they don't like for any reason. Someone can have a grudge with you from high school, and now you can get code enforcement out to your property because you weren't wearing your damn mask properly. It's enough. I'm telling you, I've had enough. My wife and children have had enough. It has nothing to do with public health. The fatality rate in our county falls exponentially every day right now, and if it were truly about public health, our health officials would have mentioned by now something everyone can do to slow this spread, and that's take responsibility for your own damn health. There's been no mention of exercise, good nutrition habits, and the things you can do to make yourself harder to kill rather than just hiding behind a germ-infested mask or hiding away in your home. Instead of spending the last 4 months worrying about who's wearing a mask or calling snitch lines, some of you people could have dropped a few pounds and by now have reversed the underlying conditions that are the real cause of hospitals filling up. We are in a psychological war, and I am not okay with this. You think you're going to get a relief with a vaccine? Well, what about the next virus? People's minds are broken now, and kids are not going to have the opportunities or freedom. The majority of people are okay with this. I can't get that. Target, Walmart, Amazon recording record profits while small businesses are being destroyed. Politically approved businesses are deemed essential by McDonald's and stoner shops. Anything that keeps you fat and dumb is approved. Yet if it's something that actually sharpens your mind and body, it's seen as a threat to public health. And of course, churches, the biggest threat in this culture war. I've always treated our local officials with respect, and I've had conversations with all of you, always willing to talk respectfully, and you guys know that. But going forward, anyone comes onto my private property uninvited, they will be treated and dealt with as trespassers. Let me ask you, if these people who are threatening me, calling me in the middle of the night, telling me they are driving by my place and know where I am, if one of them, God forbid, happens to harm me, my children, or anyone else who's been exercising their First Amendment rights, will you then defy this lying governor?
Thank you. Next speaker.
If you could please state your
Hi,
name.
my name is Michelle from Salon 218. Can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so like I was saying before, and now that I've listened to a lot of the different things that you guys have been talking about, one thing that's extremely clear to me right now is that people do not even understand how businesses work. If you've never owned your own business, you don't understand. So here we are running our businesses, and we're trying to, and people from the outside sources are trying to control our businesses with fines and all different things, telling us we can't work, we can't make a living for our family. It's actually absolutely ridiculous. When I opened my salon, I opened it with guidelines. The guidelines that were set in place by the county health department and by the governor. And then we actually added more guidelines to it because they didn't really meet the standards of what we needed in a salon. So when I opened, we opened with mask, distancing, sanitation, servicing less than normal amounts of customers. We followed the guidelines of our health and county department, the governor of California, and if that's not enough, we went over the top trying to do our part to keep our customers safe. In our salon alone, for the first month, we asked our guests the night before a series of COVID questions. Then when they arrived to the salon, they had to wait in their car, text us, let us know that they were there, and then they would have to wait until we were ready. When they came to the door, we would take their temperature before they would enter. No purses, no jackets, all keys, phones, and small items would be placed in a Ziploc bag. Their service would be done, and they would be quickly sent out the door. Any cash or checks had to be put in plastic bags before they would arrive, and all the other payments would be done on other platforms after they left. No blow dryers, just out the door. Then we would reschedule their appointment on the phone while they were sitting in their car before they drove away. Am I missing something? I don't understand. We were doing every single thing they told us to do. We went over the top. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't make any sense to me as a business owner why we can't do business. We were doing it. It was working. People were coming in, and now they're asking us to do ridiculous things like going outside and doing something in a tent, taking our equipment outside every single day. If you can't grasp how ludicrous this sounds, I don't even know how to explain it. I'm just over the top embarrassed that people would even ask us to do something like that. I know people do it in parks. They do it in different settings. That's different. But when it's your job and you're asking for money, it's different. You want to provide something that's healthy, that's safe, that's absolutely the best for your clients. It's not a contribution. This is not an event where we're doing people's hair for free on the side. This is our job. Let us do our job. And in the Constitution, in Article 5, Clause 2 in the Constitution, it says that the supreme law, that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, thus takes priority over any conflicting state laws. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter.
If you could please state your name for the record.
Jennifer Kelly.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that it's hard enough during all of this coronavirus and all these mandates just to keep your head above water. And like so many of the people that have businesses here, they're having a hard time, and people are personally having a hard time. I don't understand why, with our numbers as low as they are, I mean, I understand there's some people that can get sick, but with our numbers as low as they are, why are we hurting people by adding more and more laws? I mean, if I want to see my adult children and they come over for dinner and I can get fined for that, that's insane. But people can be out on the street and protesting. It's just crazy. I don't understand why we're making more and more laws to hurt people. If you're worried about getting sick, stay home. Let the rest of us survive and make a living and see our children. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I hope that nobody votes on this rule to fine people for having someone over to their house. It's just ridiculous. That's it.
Courtney, if you could please state your name.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Courtney Evans. I own Kamal Yoga Studio. My address is 401 McRae Street. I would like everyone to look up evidence-based mental health. Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we feel, how we act. It determines how we handle stress. Mental health is important at every stage of life, from childhood, adolescence, through adulthood. This is a rights issue. Human autonomy ought to be respected for its own sake. I'd like to read something from San Benito County Behavioral Health one day ago. We understand that COVID pandemic has caused an increase in stress and mental health concerns. We want you to know you're not alone. Many others feel this way and are reaching out for help. Guess what? The government isn't the only help. I believe in helping each other, helping my community. Integrated yoga therapy for mental illness has a calming effect, increasing awareness, increasing attention span, acceptance and adaptability, a sense of security. People don't come to my business because they're forced or threatened or paid. It is a choice. I have been attacked. I quote, "I wish Indians never showed white bitches yoga." I quote, "I'm going to need Courtney Evans in jail ASAP." This ordinance gives anybody any right to call, and then I am treated like a criminal. I am treated like a criminal. I cannot face my accuser. I will stand up for my business, my community, my rights. I will stand in the court of law, and I will face this head on. My business is proudly open for people to use it as they see fit for their mental health without explanation, without question. I have a private, clean facility that you must fill out and make an appointment to come to. I will not stand for threats. I will not stand for the removal of my rights, and I will continue to choose to support my family as I support this community and their choice for health. We have choices other than the Behavioral Health Department, and they need support too. This is ridiculous. I agree with all of my business owners that have been on this call before. I ask you to stand for the Constitution, human and health rights, and freedoms.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jessa, if you could please state your name.
This is Jessa Fraser. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a resident of Hollister, and I am absolutely appalled that this could even arise on a supervisor. Oh my goodness, I am absolutely appalled that this could even arrive as something you would vote on. I asked over a month ago, almost 2 months ago, what is your end date? What is the actual end date at which you will stop restricting businesses? Because this could go on forever. We have no end date in sight, not from the federal government, not from the state government. There is no guaranteed cure. All there is mitigation and dealing with this. It is now in our society, and our county, our city and our county will never be able to stop it because it will come back in and back and back. If there is a vaccine in the future and people are able to get some help with that, great. But in the meantime, we've got to learn to live with it. So I ask again, 45 days, then another 45, then it's voted on for another 45. The snitch line so that neighbors are turning on each other is absolutely horrifying to me. If you have studied history and you know the French Revolution had something very similar where all you had to say was, I denounce you, to a neighbor, a colleague, a coworker, anyone in the community you disliked for no reason at all. I denounce you, and they were taken off. And I understand that you feel it is nowhere near that, but the problem is once you've violated the rights, what makes the next step preventable? Every day, people are healing from this virus. It is a big concern. I am concerned for both my parents who are in danger with pre-existing conditions and age. But the idea that I can't visit my own parents to check on them or bring them groceries, which is safer for them to be tucked away in their home for this time, without getting violation call from an officer is really, really wrong. Absolutely wrong. Our churches have been closed back down, even to outdoor services. That makes no sense at all. The governor is now being sued as of this week by multiple churches for his hypocritical behavior to encourage and stand with thousands and thousands of protesters that he said had the right to do, to exercise their First Amendment right. But those of us who want to exercise our constitutional rights to gather to pray with another friend in our home, or to go to an outdoor church service with mitigation and separation and social distancing are being punished. Do not stand with this governor. You will be liable for lawsuits as well. The violation of our church constitutional rights, of our property rights, is unreal. And I beg you to think this through. It will not solve the problem. If it would solve the problem, it would still be wrong, but it won't because it will keep coming back. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Madonna, if you could please state your name.
This is Dana, county resident, San Benito. You can hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me, please, before you start my time? Thank you. You guys made really, really excellent point, and I want to thank Ms. Spears for her points about all the things that are wrong with this order. It is a complete and total violation of our constitutional rights from the First to the 10th Amendment, believe me. I thank God for the county sheriff. He is sworn to uphold the Constitution, and he answers to the people. And we have to make sure and support our sheriff because he cannot, he will be called on to enforce this, and he does not have to. And I hope that that is his position. I have to tell you guys, the governor is not a king. He cannot order anybody to do anything. He's only getting away with this stuff because he has little brown shirts. And that is a Hitlerian reference. He's acting like Hitler, telling his people what to do and ordering them about, and the brown shirts are carrying it out. He has no authority to carry it out. He needs the local counties to put these kinds of ordinances in place. The public supporting of the public policing and a violation of our rights and not being allowed to face our accusers, it's already happening. I just sent you guys some stuff that I saw there. You're really ruining this community to put this in place. It's not going to help anybody at all. And I have to say, the whole irony about this is this isn't even about the flu. It's not about the flu anymore, people. In any given year, we have 20 million to 80 million cases of flu in our country alone, with the same people being susceptible and the same loss of life. And we have one of those flus now. And ironically, we only have 15 million cases worldwide and 4 million in our country, when typically we get 20 million to 80 million. You guys, something is not right here. And your constituents and the people out here, they think that this is crazy. It's like listening to a Saturday Night Live skit to hear you guys talk about the numbers and the testings and the dashboard and the this and the that and the math. The flu is going to work its way through the population. That's what flus do. And we have actually inhibited it. It should have been done by now. With these stupid masks and the stay-at-home orders, people were willing to give you 2 weeks, then 4 weeks. And now it's just going to go into the next flu season, and we're going to keep hearing about the numbers and why we have to wear masks and can't go out until small businesses are dead, and we are completely under the thumb of the government. I urge you to vote no against this ordinance that is flawed in every way.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Ashley, if you could please state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name's Ashley. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to call in. I just simply want to say and reiterate what everyone else has been saying. I actually host at different businesses that have allowed me to a nonprofit mental health for first responders. I just want to speak to the fact that I feel that protests are allowed, that different things are allowed throughout our county, and yet we are unable to, as a private citizen or nonprofit, gather at either my personal home or any of the businesses that I have been utilizing that have received cease and desist orders. I just feel like we need to provide our first responders, our mental health, we need to really utilize and help them out right now. And the fact that we are afraid of being persecuted for trying to move forward with mental health, with overall health, I just don't understand the world that we're living in. My church has been closed, my school has been closed, my job has been quit. I'm on unemployment right now, a place where I never thought I would be. I know that other cities are not enforcing and closing businesses like this, and yet our county is choosing to. I just don't understand where the line is going to be drawn. I don't see how private citizens are going to, I just don't understand how we're going to allow this. I'm sorry, I'm not being as clear as I want to be. I'm very upset right now. I support all the other small business owners. I am not a small business owner. I'm a private citizen. But the fact that we can allow the hate speech that's going on for those of us that choose to put mental health first and mental health of first responders, nurses, educators first, it's insane. Thank you.
Peyton, if you could please state your name. Peyton? You're unmuted if you'd like to make a comment. Adam, if you could please state your name.
Adam Nanini, resident of Hollister. In this meeting, when the supervisors were discussing this ordinance, it became clear that even amongst yourselves, you don't understand the extent of this ordinance, the enforcement, who it applies to, who it doesn't apply to. So if you can vote in favor of an ordinance that it's clear you don't even understand, then it shows that you're not serious, you're not honestly assessing the situation, you're doing it based on social pressures. So I would encourage you to be honest and vote no against this order because it's clear you don't understand it. The other thing is that we've seen just on this call, and I'm sure everyone's seen in their own personal lives, the extent that people are going to use this against others. It's clear. We've heard it on this call already. People are going to use this as a weapon. And like I said, you don't even know who it's going to be enforced against. Vote no. If you don't, it's irresponsible. Thanks.
If you could please state your name. You have been unmuted. If you could please unmute yourself. Rob, if you could please state your name.
Hi there, this is Rob Bernowski.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rob.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
He has us muted maybe or something.
We can hear you, Rob. You might have something going on with your computer, muted or something.
Want to come back to him?
Come back to him.
If you could please state your name. You have been unmuted. If you could please unmute yourself. Maria, if you could please state your name.
Hello, this is Maria Lamberson. I am a political scientist and also a resident of San Benito County. Unfortunately, this COVID virus that has permeated the United States is not a joke, and it is not a flu. I have many friends who are scientists and doctors, and it's not going away anytime soon. I'm sorry that all these businesses have to suffer. I'm sure they'd like to have concerts and sell real estate and solve social issues. But unfortunately, at this time, there is some unclarity as far as the governor's orders for our public safety, and those need to be resolved prior to you voting on whether or not we should close all the businesses. I'm not against it, but I'm not for it, and I'm not a scientist, but I am a political theorist. So with that in mind, and also I'd like to make a reference to Senator McCarthy during McCarthyism when one person pointed out that this is violating constitutional rights. Well, the safety of public health is at stake. So for those people, non-believers who don't want to wear a mask, by all means, don't wear one. You get sick, you get sick. Another thing is, I don't agree with the finger pointing I don't believe that we need that police power. I don't need that strong arm there. But I do believe that you have some very big choices to make in enforcing this ordinance. And I also would please respect your authority, and it should be respected by all community members as well. I know that this is difficult for you, just as it's difficult for all business owners and for all residents of San Benito County. But I urge you to review this ordinance prior to voting, perhaps set it aside and maybe make some amendments to it, or that really needs more clarity than what is at stake now. With this, I return the floor to you. Thank you for your time and consideration. And Jim GILLIO, my best to you and your family. Good luck. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
If you could please state your name. You have been unmuted. If you could please unmute yourself. Monica, if you could please state your name.
Hello, my name is Monica Cross. I'm a resident of San Benito County. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. As a small rural community, we need to think and act logically based on actual data that pertains to our small, specific community. On an elementary level, it's vital that we define our terms. What exactly constitutes a health crisis or a state of emergency? In our county, we have experienced 0 children dying of COVID, 2 adults in a 6-month period. For the sake of scientific evaluation, these numbers do not constitute an emergency. In regard to contact tracing and increased testing, it is very clear that with expanded testing is doing to our small community, it is literally shutting down social interaction, which is vital to our health, small business success, increased government control, and completely transforming our education system, placing our most vulnerable and at-risk children at a total disadvantage. In this critical time of social injustices being addressed, this seems to be a glaring opportunity to discriminate against this at-risk population of children. In San Benito County, we have been compliant with masking and social distancing, and still the cases are increasing exponentially. This type of surveillance that you are suggesting is dangerous and unnecessary. It creates a hostile environment. It is incomprehensible that we are transforming and completely destroying our local small businesses based on these numbers. If any of this were truly about our health and our safety and saving lives, we would put these millions of dollars toward more effective and necessary local programs. It's absolutely clear that a majority of our Board of Supervisors hold their power very closely, and they're not willing to protect their constituents' constitutional rights. All I hear is each one of you passing the buck to the next person. You are not looking out for the health and safety. We have had 2 deaths locally. I can't believe that we're succumbing to the hostile civilian surveillance programs based on our numbers. It seems that our local government officials are being bought by Governor Newsom to implement these programs locally and do his dirty work in order to receive federal funding.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If you could please state your name. If you could please unmute yourself. Peyton, if you could please state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Hi, my name is Peyton Evans, and I'm 14 years old, and I came to speak today because I'm upset on how this community is treating small businesses. And my mother, she's the owner of a small business, Kamal Yoga Studio, is being fined for $10,000 for simply wanting people to simply provide for me and my family and for the community. People want to come to her class, and people love that she's open. People should be able to choose for themselves and what they want to do. Who are we to judge someone else and assume their situation? Who are we to make someone do something that they don't want to do? This has happened before in society, and it hasn't helped at all. We need to be considerate of everyone, and we all need to understand that we are all essential. All of these small businesses are, because they provide for the ones that they love. We don't know the situations, and we need to be considerate of that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If you could please state your name. if you could please unmute yourself. Rob, if you could please state your name.
Rob Bernowski?
Yes, sir.
Rob Bernowski? Hey there.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate your patience with me. So, listen, I'm adamantly opposed to the item as presented. I'm a big believer in due process, and I believe that due process by the any potential person who violates the ordinance is lessened when it is not done through the proper channels of law enforcement and a courtroom. We are a divided community on this issue, and I think we all need to realize that. And that divisiveness can lead to, you know, people over complaining and things like that. And you know, I believe that a judge is the best person always to be the litigator of that. Messaging is key in this situation, and I think it has been somewhat bad, even though I've not been in the past couple of meetings. Today's meeting has shocked me in a positive way, that it just seems like the Board of Supervisors is actually more compassionate towards the business people than maybe I picked up on before. But overall, it seems like there is an adversarial relationship between you know, some of the public and the government, i.e. the messaging we get at the national level is it's okay to protest, but it's not okay to go to church. I mean, this bothers me to such an extent that we were at a memorial service recently, and there was someone taking pictures of us at the church doing it. And I said to my wife, I said, wow, I don't want these pictures posted on Facebook because I'm worried that somebody's going to now attack us for being at a church service. So anyway, I would just ask that the Board of Supervisors not pass this, but really do work on building a relationship with the community of both sides to say, look, we need to combat this thing, but we're not going to come at you with picking and choosing who we're going to be able to prosecute or not. So again, I cannot imagine the difficulties that you have with this decision. We have the same thing tonight at a board meeting of the Hollister School District on opening or closing schools, so on and so forth. And but I appreciate you listening to us.
Next speaker, please.
Melissa, if you could please state your name. Melissa, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Melissa Gong. I am a resident of San Benito County. I first want to go ahead and say that anyone threatening anyone's children or families as a result of not wanting to comply with the mask ordinance, while frustrating and infuriating, threatening anyone's family is a non-starter, so that should just not be happening, period. I also want to say that the mobilization efforts, as is evident by the fact that you had Courtney Nielsen Evans, Hunter Cuneo, and Vidiana Freitas, who represent the Open San Benito County movement, the fact that they've represented their views and screened their views to the Board of Supervisors meeting is wholly ridiculous and unacceptable. We need to recognize that as a county, we are not equipped if we have anybody that becomes severely ill with COVID-19. Our hospital is a small community access hospital, which only has 25 beds. And as we found out through the governor speaking yesterday at his press conference and the refuting of this by the health department and Hazel Hawkins Hospital, we only have 4 ICU beds available, of which right now 50% are available. We do not have cardiology, neurology, or nephrology on staff, which are things that happen with patients who have COVID-19. They develop multi-organ system dysfunction. That being said, we're going to have to lifelike those patients out of the county because of the fact that we can't care for them. They're going to go to Monterey County or Bay Area hospitals. Bay Area hospitals and Monterey County are busy with their own patients. But we have flown San Benito County open. We went all the way through phase 3, though we met none of the gate criteria for us to be open. While having an ordinance that is going to restrict gatherings seems severe and intrusive, it's what's necessary. There's been questions about the fact that I can't bring my parents' groceries. Yes, you can bring your parents' groceries. Yes, you can have a small gathering with your children if you want to for dinner, but you don't need to have raging backyard parties with bounce houses, which is what's been going on. We need to stop thinking about the fact that people want to go do farm workouts and yoga, and Vidana Freitas is not even closed because she's deemed herself an essential business with real estate. People can go do all the things that they want to go do when this is over, but we need to get there, and we need to get there together in a unified way. And if we didn't have the anti-mask movement that's led by Open San Benito County and Supervisor Peter Hernandez, we would be in a better position for that to happen. We also need to recognize that San Benito County is a bedroom community. We are not an island unto ourselves. People leave the county to shop and go to work. So we have to look at infection rates from the counties surrounding us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Aaron, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is Erin Livingston, resident of San Benito County. Just a couple of questions that I don't know that you've considered because I certainly haven't heard you discuss it. I believe there are actually many that in your rush to approve this ordinance you haven't considered. So several times during this meeting, I have heard you mention that the largest contributor to our, quote, rising cases are home gatherings. So is it your intention with this ordinance to have untrained code enforcement officers knock on the doors of private citizens suspected of having an unauthorized gathering? This would endanger your officer, the public, and law enforcement. It's a recipe for disaster that will likely quickly escalate to a 911 call. The last thing our police department and sheriff's office need during these turbulent times is to respond to a situation that's already gotten out of control when this contact never had to happen in the first place. Additionally, how will you handle citizens with true exemptions as clearly spelled out in the CDPH guidelines? Will you be forcing citizens to disclose private medical conditions in public settings? I urge you to vote no on this glaring overreach that perpetuates the overreach of our governor. It will pit citizens against each other and tear our community apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If you could please state your name. If you could please unmute yourself. If you'd like to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand.
We go to the next and come back possibly?
We have no more.
No more speakers. I'll bring it back to the, sorry, in the chamber we have a speaker. Any other speakers after Ms. Salinas? Go ahead, Elia.
Wow, it's 12:30. I didn't realize what time it was. Thank you for letting me speak. So just so there's no misunderstanding, the Board of Supervisors from the very beginning have taken into account what is in the best interest of their constituents and every single person in this county. And they decided a long time ago, very early on, they were one of the first ones to decide to shut down. And they are very pro-business. Every single one of those supervisors, I know them. I know they all have either a business or are working. So obviously they represent a lot of businesses in this area. So for anyone out there to say that they have no interest and that they're now just getting interested in businesses and what's going on with the local businesses, that's not true. From day one, this is what when they sit up here, this is exactly what they do. If any fault on the numbers rising is by those who choose not to follow guidelines that can keep you healthy. Wear a mask, wash your hands, do your distancing, physical distancing. You don't have to do social. You can do there's social distancing. You can still get on the phone. You can do Facebook. You can do FaceTime. You can do Zoom. People have Zoom parties all the time. People have Zoom meetings all the time. So it's not like it's in isolation. Going out there and just vagrantly disobeying and just continuing your business and throwing it into the face of the supervisors with your middle finger and saying, here I am, and how dare you try to come after me because I'm doing, they're not coming after you personally because you are violating. They're coming after you because you choose to not abide by what the rules are. So if you're going to have a gathering of 20 people or 11 people, you're not following the rules. As someone said earlier, you can go take groceries to your parents. You can take groceries to your neighbors. I do this all the time. I go there, I drop it at the door, knock on the door, or give them a phone call, or I text message. The food is there. It's not like you can't go out and do and continue your life. You just have to be aware that there are rules to be followed. If I'm speeding, the guy next to me can't call 911 and tell CHP I'm speeding. CHP has to see, witness it themselves that it's an infraction, as Supervisor GILLIO said. There is, what Barbara was trying to say earlier is that an administrative hearing, obviously none of you are aware, you're laypersons, but it's heard by a retired judge, a judge pro tem, a practicing attorney, so it's someone who knows the law. So it's not someone who's going to make a decision on you that your constitutional rights are being violated. Thank you.
Thank you, Elio.
We have 2 more comments.
Do we have anybody else in the chamber that would like to speak? Mr. Betancourt, I think you're the only one left. You sure? All right. Go right ahead with the next Zoom comments.
Heather, if you could please state your name. If you could please unmute yourself, Heather. If you could please state your name.
Hello. Hello, this is Chris Gilmer. Can you
Chris,
hear me?
you have a really bad echo, something, maybe a speaker or something on there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, much better. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a resident of San Benito County. I was calling to address some of the topics that have been mentioned already by several of the callers. With regards to your decision to vote on this matter, one of the things that I'd like to point out is that we've already seen that there's lawsuits at the state level for violation of constitutional rights with regards to some of these orders and the decisions that are being made at that level. From a law enforcement perspective, obviously all of the officers within this county have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. That gives them a level of discretion, especially with regards to enforcement of misdemeanor crimes and infractions. The question that I would pose is, what is the district attorney's willingness to prosecute these low-level crimes when we've seen statewide that we're releasing prisoners for a myriad of reasons? Officers are already utilizing their discretion with regards to low-level offenses, both misdemeanor and infractions, on a daily basis. Every traffic violation, every low-level drug offense right now is getting officer discretion applied to it because the district attorney simply can't deal with the overwhelming amount of crime that's happening. So now we're going to add in infractions and misdemeanors that are already being reviewed within the courts as to their constitutionality. So I bring this up to the board with regards in your decision to pass this law, because I think it's been stated ad nauseum, the problems with pitting the citizenry against each other, pitting law enforcement against the citizenry, et cetera, et cetera. But this law is already very questionable to begin with at the state level, and the directive to pass it down to the county level. I heard one of the members of the board earlier say that we were just doing essentially what the state had told us to. That's completely unacceptable to me. You're talking about local ordinances and following a governor's directive that is extremely questionable at this point. You guys have a decision, you know, when you cast your vote. Consider this. I think I'm out of time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any more speakers, Jennifer?
Yes, we do. If you could please state your name. If you could please unmute yourself. Heather, if you could please state your name.
Hello, this is Heather Lopez. I'm a San Benito County resident. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead.
Yes, madam, go ahead.
I vehemently oppose this ordinance. I want to give some advice that I give to my very young children who seem to understand this very well. So I'm hoping that reasonable, accountable civil servants would also hear it, that anything done in haste is never done well. So to quickly pass an ordinance that I do agree with the gentleman that spoke earlier, it's clearly not completely understood. There's a lot of vague language. Is a poor idea and will end up in poor results. On a more stronger note, some of the language used in that, and certainly pitting neighbor against neighbor, is so Nazi-esque in its language that it terrifies me. It terrifies me. And there will be accountability. Maybe not now, during this fear and panic over our health and the health of our neighbors and our friends and our loved ones, but at some point there will be accountability for every decision this county makes. So I want you to just think really carefully before you go passing this ordinance about what it is you're willing to give up, whether it be your character, your liberties, your votes of the people. Think really, really, really hard, because it's obviously, in the end, it's in your hands. I'd like to end by quoting one of my very favorite founding fathers, Ben Franklin, who said, "Any society that will give up liberty to gain a little security will deserve neither and lose both." We are not a large county. We are not exponentially suffering the effects of COVID. And if you go back and study any kind of plague, from the bubonic in the Renaissance to the Spanish flu in the early 20th century, it will continue to spread. There is no way to stop it. The best that we could do at this point, until they come up with a vaccine, is to slow the spread. And I feel San Benito County has done an excellent job of that. They've done an excellent job of that. We are going to see a rise in cases, period. And the only way would be to lock everybody up in their homes, close every business, and deny everybody any rights. You can't function a society on that. You have to find a middle ground. And I think San Benito County was doing a pretty good job of it until this ordinance came up and the reclosures came up.
Thank you very much.
Kevin, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Kevin Barcelos, live in Hollister. First of all, I just want to express my gratitude to Supervisor GILLIO for his service to both the city of Hollister and the county, and echo the previous speakers who said you're going to be missed. And we hope you and your family nothing but the best going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We have no more comments.
No more comment?
I think Mr. Barcelos, did he have a comment as well, or was it just that? I thought he was going to go into a comment. Did we cut him off? That's it? All right, sorry about that. I misunderstood him. I thought he was going to.
He just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, bring it back to the board.
Okay, hi, this is Mark Medina. Can I speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me start off by saying I've been back and forth on this issue. I received many phone calls starting on Friday when I first posted this and people started understanding what was happening. You know, I did a lot of research looking at different counties, different cities, and even different states. You know, these type of ordinances aren't Democrat or Republican. You have Oklahoma, who has implemented the same type of ordinance. It's Oklahoma City and Tulsa. You know, I looked at our neighbors. As a matter of fact, Marin in Northern California, they're sitting in session right now talking about the same ordinance we have in front of us. But at this time, there's just too much gray area. There's too many unknowns. There's too many doubts. There's too many things out there that we would not be able to correctly enforce. So I'm looking at this right now where I can't pass this today. I need to go back and look at these things, need to receive a little bit more information before I can formulate any type of decision. So thank you very much for your time. And thank you for everyone that spoke. Please understand that when we come to the dais, we don't come with the answers always. We listen to everyone out there and to all the people that called me over the weekend. I do listen, and I think everybody on this board has that same idea. We don't come to meetings already with our minds already made up. We make them up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Medina. Supervisor Mattel?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I too want to thank everybody who took time to testify. It's valuable. But you got to keep in mind, we're not looking to close down businesses. We're not looking to kind of be punitive and put in stringent enforcement and collect money from people and put a hardship on them. We live here. We have family and friends, and you know. But at the end of the day, every rule, every ordinance has to have a little bit of enforcement capability. And I think there could be some work done with this. Supervisor Medina pointed out, but we have to have something in place. And it's not anti-business. And we are part of the state of California. And, you know, we have to follow the rules and the laws that are passed down to the counties. You know, one of the things that I'm going to say, 50 years from now, 60, people are looking back at this time, and they're not going to mistake us for the greatest generation. You know, I think we're seeing a lot of selfishness and disregard in the name of so-called personal rights. There's a lack of real caring for our fellow citizens. And it really begins at the national level. I've been really disappointed with the messaging coming from the federal level, and then it comes back down to state levels, that there's a huge contradiction. And, you know, I agree with some of the speakers, you know, how is closing down the churches and indoor dining, but you allow protesting, and you can't get together with your family in the backyard. There's a lot of contradictions, and we're just trying to sort through it and work our way as best we can. I'm worried that if we don't have some type of enforcement for those really bad actors, we're jeopardizing our CARES Act money. And you like it or not, the state has control of that, and we desperately need those funds here locally. And you know, that's just how it works. So I think we need to, I guess this was a 4/5 vote. I don't expect it to pass, especially without Supervisor Medina's support. But we have to come back with something that will. And we have to have leadership locally, that people and businesses are expected to follow the guidances to keep public health as a priority. We have to care for each other, and those that are, you know, having a hard time doing that, they should be held accountable. And that's where I'm at with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patel. Supervisor GILLIO?
No, sir, I've said what I did before. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Although I appreciate the sentiment of Supervisor Botelho, I strongly disagree with him. A lot of things are very questionable the way this rollout has happened. I think the public isn't, they're not out of touch with trying to really connect the reality of this COVID, the impacts, not just on health, but ultimately on what it means to do business, to, you know, or the individuals that are trying to live their lives. I come under the assumption, to a certain extent, under the experience, that most folks want to do the right thing. So I always said from the beginning, we should make partners with our community and with our businesses. If you think about it, they really are, the business community are very policy driven. It's within the context of their DNA to manage their lives, their business in a way that's structured, that's safe, that ultimately mitigates any risks. You know, they do their due diligence for a reason. So, you know, and I know for me, for what it means to try to be successful in business, doesn't live under assumptions. There's risks in starting business, but nonetheless, you're diligent in doing your homework and mitigating those risks and planning for those risks. And that's the consistency that I heard from the public. So when it comes down to the inconsistencies of this governor and the way that he's rolled this out, to a certain extent, it's questionable how much, whether it's intentional or not, his rules are actually doing more damage than good. And I think that's what I'm hearing personally from the public. So, and I'd just like to leave Supervisor Botelho with this. I can't remember exactly which founder said it, but he said the Constitution was made to protect us against people with good intentions. We can't make decisions off of just good intentions. That's not good enough. We have to make decisions based off of what's actually practical, applicable, and ultimately demands good outcomes. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. My comments are very simple, and that is that the state of California is no friend of San Benito County, and you guys have heard me say that many, many, many times over. However, in this one case, we're handicapped. If we don't have any type of enforcement in place, the CARES Act money has a great potential of being diverted back to the state of the federal government. And sooner or later, the state of California is gonna come on us and enforce some type of ordinance. We either work together to develop an enforcement that all five of us can work with, or or the state of California is gonna dictate to us how we do it. And I prefer local control. And it behooves us, if we don't approve anything, because there are members of the community thinking that we're taking away their constitutional right. As some other members of the public said, this is a health issue, not a Republican or a Democrat, because we all support businesses. Supervisor BOTELHO, Supervisor Hernandez, Medina, Jim GILLIO. Myself, we in some way or another are either controllers, top management, or business owners. We understand what this thing is doing to us. We get it, we understand. Unfortunately, as elected officials, we're the bearers of bad news. And this is bad news. And we have to do something. To do nothing is not an acceptable option. We have to do something. And Supervisor BOTELHO mentioned that without Supervisor Medina's support, we can't get anything. So I challenge Supervisor Medina to come up with some modifications so we can work and do something. But it has to be done. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, if I understand, Mr. Chairman, if we're not going to get 4/5 vote, we read the title of the ordinance, waive further reading, and accept the introduction and continue it to the next meeting, August 4th, for adoption.
Right. What you need to do is read number 2, and then depending on the votes, if it's 4/5, it gets enacted today. If it doesn't get 4/5, then it goes to the August 4th meeting.
Okay.
I think the issue is you're not capturing any of the changes that were brought up with, the concerns that were brought up by our legal counsel, just to keep that in mind. You may want to bring back a clean copy for then, just a suggestion. Thank you.
Another motion, if we didn't think that there was going to be 3/5 vote today, is to direct it to be placed on the next agenda with Supervisor Medina working with staff to come up with a version that would be placed on the next agenda, if the board would like.
Supervisor
Is that a motion?
That was Barbara.
Pardon? Just if the board also did not, if the board wanted to, it could also direct it be placed on the next agenda as well.
Yeah, the board has that ability to do that, the way it's written on the agenda. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board again?
Okay, so I was just trying to get back to what Supervisor GILLIO was referring to. Do we still need to try to adopt the urgency ordinance to get to the ordinance to be heard on 8/4? Or are we just going to send it back and continue the item and see if Supervisor Medina could kind of clear up some of the gray areas that he's concerned about with county council?
I know that perhaps he would like to make some more changes regarding enforcement on non-commercial, just being related to facial coverings. So since we don't have that language in the ordinance, perhaps it should be brought back at the next meeting. Because once you introduce an ordinance, then you can't make any substantive changes between that meeting and the next meeting when it's adopted. So if there's going to be, if we don't have the final language right now, then we should bring it back at the next meeting.
Okay, with that said, then I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to continue the item to the next meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Against? Motion carried. Okay, we will now go to closed session.
4-1, if we could note for the record, 4-1.
Who was the one no?
Was it Supervisor?
Supervisor Hernandez.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Okay, okay, now we will go to closed session. Barbara?
Closed session, conference legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to subdivision D4 of Government Code Section 54956.9, number of cases 2. Closed session, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to 54956.9 D2 and E1 and E2. Closed session, conference with legal counsel, closed session pursuant regarding pending litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. A, preserve our rural communities versus County of San Benito et al., San Benito County Superior Court, case number CU-20-0053. 38, closed session, conference with legal counsel, number of cases 1, subdivision A and D1 of 54956.9. Name of cases Rose et al. Versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 17-00151.
34 and 35.
And 40, our last one is closed session conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives Michael McDougall, Ray Espinoza, Edgar Nolasco, Stuart Patry, Elvia Barocio, and Barbara Thompson, employee
why I'm here.
organizations and institutions, association, law enforcement management, management employees group, SEIU Local 521, deputy sheriffs, confidential employees, confidential management, appointed department heads, and unrepresented employees pursuant to 54957.6.
Is there anyone from the public?
Yes, there is.
reportable action.
Okay, nothing to report?
No.
Okay, let's go back to the regular agenda number 34.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Receive information?
Thank you. So, as your board is aware, we've been working diligently with the CARES Act and some programming for our community, as well as addressing our needs because of the COVID. I wanted to share a couple things with the board. With that, we're receiving approximately 6.4 million, a little bit less than that actually is the actual number, and we'll be receiving a first allotment in July. The end of July, about 1/6 of the funding, as well as in August, another 1/6 payment, and then a report that we'll have to provide to the state by September 1st for releasing additional funds. So I wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that, and also too just aware of all the work that Supervisor Anthony Botelho and Supervisor Peter Hernandez and staff have been working on. Really appreciate all the work that's gone into development planning, as well as Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz as well, on developing programming and addressing, the issues that are occurring within our community, in particular nonprofits and businesses being impacted by COVID. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and invite up Enrique. He's the Deputy Director, Enrique Arreola. He's a Deputy Director in Health and Human Services, and he's been assisting us, taking the lead with the business programming. So, Enrique?
Thank you very much, members of the board and members of the public. I do want to thank the board and also administration for dedicating these funds for assisting our COVID-impacted small businesses. Just a quick statistics that I think are important. So in the United States, there's approximately 30 million small businesses, and 98% of those have fewer than 100 employees. And what's surprising to me also, 89% of those have fewer than 25 employees. And these are the type of small businesses that we are targeting here for this grant program. And that's no surprise that really it constitutes the majority of the workforce in our county and also in the United States. And most of these small businesses continue to be impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. To mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on San Benito County businesses and their employees, the county has committed $1.5 million for this program. The objective of this program is to offer immediate financial assistance to small businesses located in San Benito County and to aid in maintaining their business and workforce. I do want to make it a point that the deadline was extended an additional week. Notice has gone out, and now the deadline to submit the application is on July 27th, which is this Monday at 5 p.m. Applications will be reviewed up until August the 10th. Initially, the applications that are being submitted are being filtered by Workforce Development Board. Staff is reviewing and ensuring that all information is attached with the application, and also working with the businesses to ensure that everything is being submitted. Notifications will go out August 11th through the 17th, and funding no later than September 4th. That is our goal. So San Benito County will provide grants of up to $15,000 relief grants to businesses that have been impacted on a first come, first served basis. So those that are being submitted first are those that are being prioritized. So as far as priority, there are 3 different tiers that have been identified. So tier 1 under the governor's order of reopening stages 3 and 4 for non-essential businesses. Tier 2 under the governor's order of reopening stages 1 and 2 non-essential businesses, and tier 3, these are the essential businesses. And just to summarize the use of funds, expenditures must occur between March the 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020, and fall under one or more of the following categories: payroll, business lease rent, business telework equipment costs, inventory acquisition. So this includes inventory needed to reopen or maintain open status, personal protective equipment, PPE, facility readiness, social distancing, preparedness, business modifications, etc. And also for those that want reimbursement of lost revenue due to business interruption, if they plan to apply for this, must include the Schedule C. That is one of the requirements. So up to date, I wanted to just mention, actually this is as of yesterday, we've had 106 applications that have been submitted through the portal. And early this morning, we had 6 additional applications. So I anticipate additional applications being submitted up until the date of deadline. There were 2 that were not eligible because of their nonprofit status, so they were referred back to the Community Foundation for their COVID-impacted funds to nonprofit organizations. So I think this is really good. Staff is really engaged with the businesses, and again, like I said, we're gonna increase this. I anticipate that. So I do want to make some reminders because as applications are submitted, staff is reviewing to see if all the information requested is being submitted. And we're finding that not all the information is being submitted, and staff is working with businesses. So remember to complete and sign the small business grant application. So if you submit the application, make sure it's signed. A copy of valid and active business license. In some cases, it's forgotten, so make sure that it's submitted. Completed estimated disaster economic injury worksheet. Current copy of W-9, and also make sure that it's signed and dated. There's some that have been submitted without that, so make sure that it's signed and dated. Electronic payment information form. It's also important to attach a voided business check. In some cases, that has not been submitted. Landlord and lease detail form, and that's if requesting assistance for lease payment. Last and current fiscal year financial statement, profit and loss statement, and balance sheet, or Schedule C of your tax return, and that's if businesses are seeking reimbursement for lost revenue of business interruption that required closure. So I just wanted to really point that out to make sure that all applications are submitted in whole with all required information. So the applications are to be submitted at the small business at cosb.us. Again, the extended deadline is July 27th, 2020 by 5 p.m. So it's really important to make sure to submit them by 5 p.m. Also to point out, there's a Spanish application that is also available. It's been circulated on social media and different venues, and also at the county's website. It's also noted there. We've also been asked a question, well, is this a loan? So even though the application says a grant, just to clarify, it is a grant, it is not a loan, and for the eligible uses that are highlighted there in the guidelines. Also wanted to point out that just today, we went ahead and are planning two overviews of the application process, one in English and one in Spanish. So that's gonna take place this Thursday at 2:30 p.m. via Zoom. So notices will come out this evening, this afternoon. Staff is working on this right now. The English one will be moderated by Michelle with the Chamber of Commerce, and that's going to be this Thursday, 2:30, 3:30, and then the Spanish one will be right following, 3:30 to 4:30, and I'll be helping moderate that one as well. So if there's any questions could be directed to the small business at cusb.us. Staff will respond. And also the option to call 831-637-5627. So I wanted to point that out, so those businesses that are interested in participating and listening in and asking questions that you may have, feel free to log in, and information will be sent out by all venues starting tonight and tomorrow and Thursday. So I wanted to point that out. So that concludes my brief presentation on the business grant program. Are there any questions?
I just want to say thank you, Enrique. You've done a lot of homework on this, and we've worked really well with the supervisors in planning and just, you know, and I appreciate the extension. I know that was with changes and stuff you guys had to adapt, and I appreciate that you called me and you tried to inform me about it. And ultimately, this has been such a, I mean, to a certain extent, it's been, I've been really grateful to be a part of something that seems to be more focused on solutions. So thank you for your time.
And just really quick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank Enrique as well, and Dulce, Alfonso, for their hard work. Without our staff putting in so many hours, it's hard to get to this point, and we're to help a lot of businesses. I want to thank also Supervisor Hernandez for his work on this. We've been working a bit of hours with our staff, and he's head up at the committee for the applications, and I really appreciate everything he's doing.
Thank you, Anthony.
And just really quick, I wanted to thank the staff. The staff is doing a lot of the day-to-day work in reviewing and completing the summary sheet for every application being submitted and interacting with the businesses. So thank you, Sylvia, Ruby, and all the staff that's working on this program.
Supervisor Medina?
Nothing, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Jim GILLIO?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the same sentiments. Thank you guys all for your hard work. Enrique, the team, Dulce, and especially everybody that had efforts in this, because I got to tell you, this is a huge deal, and I don't know any other county, regardless of size in our area, that's dedicated this percentage and amount of funds. And thank you, Supervisor BOTELHO and Supervisor Hernandez, for taking the extraordinary amount of time that it takes to administer this, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Enrique, for you and the staff, and Dulce and everyone else. On that note, I'm going to open up to the public. Do you have any speaker cards?
If you wish to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand. We do not have any comments at this time. Oh, yes, we do. You
No
have been
comments from the
muted.
public?
Could you please state your name? Hello?
Yeah, we also have one inside our chambers. We have one, yeah.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors.
Yes, madam.
Good afternoon. No. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I have a couple of questions, and I'd like to actually start off with thanking Supervisor Peter Hernandez and Anthony Botelho, from the very get-go, they've been communicating with all the businesses, and they've had several seminars or forums with different businesses trying to find out what they were doing, what they were lacking. And I know Peter's been working super hard with trying to find out and getting information on how these businesses can get some funds. And so I know that he's been working tirelessly with this. And with that being said, my only concern is with this funds is I'm hoping you all are aware, you have access to the Small Business Administration's link to where all the lists are for the PPP money, the payroll protection program money. Anyway, my concern is that I want to make sure that the businesses, those 106 so far, or 112 that have applied, are not businesses that already received PPP money. If for whatever reason, if these should have priority if they did not receive the money. I don't want them double dipping. I know one company or one business, and her dress shop burned down on San Benito Street. For whatever reason, she didn't qualify. She didn't have enough information to get PPP money. And I encouraged her to apply for the CARE money. And I would like those type of businesses to get in front of the line. So I'm hoping that as you're getting these applications, you're looking up the names that they have not already received money. We had almost no more than $36 million come into San Benito County with PPP money. If you've looked at the list, there's names on there that should not have gotten it, but obviously they applied, and for whatever reason they qualified. But I would hate for small businesses like this hairdress salon to not be able to have access to the money when someone else has already gotten access to the money via the federal government and their application system, and they're out of business. And also one of the other things that I think it was early on that I would think it was Supervisor De La Cruz that mentioned, or maybe Botelho, if the business was already not doing well and really literally was not affected because of COVID, but it was the final coffin, do they really qualify for these monies if it was already a loss of business? So I would use, for instance, we didn't go into the emergency until the middle of March. So if this companies did not make their rent payment on March 1st, there was already an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
We do not have any more comments.
No more comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. According to transmittal, it's just, all it is just number 1, which we already received the report, and then number 2, which delegate authority to the sale to allocate the CARES Act funding. Is there a motion on the table for that one?
Mr. Chairman, before we make the motion, I want to answer the public speaker's concerns. And yes, and that we ask specific questions in the application process if you've received any other help. And of course, we're prioritized, we want to prioritize the smaller businesses, the ones that didn't qualify, because there's a number of them. And the dress shop is an example. The poor lady that cuts my hair, her place burnt down last Sunday as well, and she's supposed to apply for this, and so we really want to help those type of people.
Thank you.
I could elaborate too a little bit, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the questions. I think they're valid ones. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the PPP, it requires that you stay open, because it's, the main intention is, the original formula required that you use, I think it was 80% for payroll purposes in order for it to be forgivable. Otherwise, it flips and it basically changes into a loan. And then under the new CARES Act funding, it morphed into a 60% requirement. It tried to be a little bit more lenient. It extended the deadline so businesses had time to still apply. So long and short, right now, I think it's coming up on the actual forgiveness element to be able to apply for it. But nonetheless, yeah, the questions are valid because we want to make sure that funding, and I know that was what we talked about, and that's what Enrique dug through really deep, and staff, that the ones that would rise to the top would be those businesses that were the hardest hit. And that's why even some of the expectations was as phase 3 and 4 folks to get priority as an example. And so there's a filtering process, but it's definitely focused on those that didn't receive any benefit or completely shut down. Whereas, yeah, if you have PPP, you technically stayed open. So there's a filtering process focusing on that.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick, just for clarity purposes, so the board already did allocate the funding amounts in the different pots of money. This is just a formalization of actually authorizing this amount, the monies to move forward. So that's all this recommendation's for.
Mr. Chair, GILLIO moves delegate authority to CAO to allocate the CARES Act funding with the approval of the ad hoc in the roadmap to recovery advisory for COVID-19.
Second, Medina.
Thank you. Motion by GILLIO, second by Medina. All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we will go to item number 35, right?
I'm going to present that one. So on the consent today, the clerk recorder, register of voters certified that there were significant signatures that were received on the Strata Verde initiative. The board can adopt the initiative measure at this time or submit it to the voters at the November 2020 election. The board previously requested that a report pursuant to Elections Code 9111, which is relevant to the board's decision about whether or not to adopt the initiative, be prepared, and that's scheduled to be received before the 8/4 agenda. So if the board has a desire to adopt the initiative directly, then the board could continue this matter to the next meeting. But as the applicant will speak today, I believe that even if the applicant, it does not expect the Board of Supervisors to adopt this initiative at today's meeting, but rather it is their request and they expect the board to call for the election. In that matter, it's a ministerial task. It's discretionary as to whether or not to adopt the measure at this time. But it's ministerial in the fact that since the initiative had sufficient signatures, placing it on the ballot measure, placing it on the ballots, a step that the board would have to do if it did not adopt it directly. A resolution has been prepared with the ballot measure language and all the details necessary to call for the election. I will note that ballot arguments will not be agendized at a future board meeting since this is not a county measure. The previous measures that the board has adopted, such as the TOT or the vehicle abatement measure, we had agendized ballot arguments because that was a county measure that was propounded by the county. As far as the ballot measure that is on page 879, which is the question that would be submitted to the voters, it has to be 75 words or less, and it is. The only change, which is a minor technical change, is that the words, the fourth and fifth words of that question, which is the words "be adopted," be moved to the end of that sentence, so that it should be "shall an initiative and enacting," and then the rest of that sentence. And the conclusion of that would be exclusively for agricultural be adopted, and that is a technical change set forth in the Elections Code, which suggests the words "be adopted" be at the end of the question, although nobody's ever raised it, that I'm aware of, has raised a technical challenge to the words "being adopted" being at the beginning of that question. We've moved it to the end just to be absolutely precise, to follow that Elections Code about how the ballot measures should be stated. And I will submit it for any questions that the board may have.
Chair?
Supervisor.
Just to be clear, Barbara, we have two options. One is to approve this outright. The second one is to let it go to the voters.
Yes.
Those are the only two options.
Yes, those are the basic two options. There's kind of a when it's stated in the code, it talks about calling for a 911 report, which the board has already done, but that's kind of assumed in that option about adopting it. So I'm combining those for clarity purposes into two. You have two options.
Okay, that's, I mean, we can't say no, we don't want it to go to
No.
voters. That's what
No.
I'm after.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patel?
Nothing.
Supervisor Hernandez?
He voted already.
He's voting already.
Voter initiative. Yes, the voter initiative.
Okay. Supervisor Gilllio?
Yeah, I have no comments. I'm ready to vote to send it to the ballot.
Okay. Hold your thoughts on that because we need to hear from the public first. Supervisor Patel? Nothing?
Nothing. I'm ready for the public comment.
Thank you. All right, let's open up to the public comment. Speaker cards?
Victoria Montoya of District 5. I just want to understand. I know I wasn't involved with something, a project that was happened years ago, and I went to Arizona and I noticed the area they had over there, and they were trying over here. It didn't work. Now this new thing, I need to understand for the future generation, not for myself, is that when you have the developers, the voters, the non-voters, and the landowner, who's going to benefit from the new project? I'm not a developer, I'm just a registered voter, but I'm concerned with the traffic and that bridge that comes across from Gilroy to Hollister. It needs some repairing, and I'm not a traveler every day, I don't care. But I care that if you're gonna develop something over there, you better have a very good vision for the future, because Botelho said it. We are the generation that are going to be remembered for the future 50, 60 years from now. So Hollister is a beautiful county. I've always said I like the city more, but I want somebody to make a vision that will help the county all around. The environment, this is the best county when it comes to the green and beautiful rural county. So if you guys are gonna put it to the voters, I hope you guys word it correctly, because the ones that already put the initiative, they already spend money on getting the people to register for it. And if it goes through, I am not in favor of developing an area that will have more traffic. And if it brings jobs, I want them here inside the county, not on the outside where the money goes to other counties, including the one on 101. So that's my opinion, and I do hope to understand when it comes on the ballot, especially some people that don't vote.
Thank you, ma'am, for waiting so long to give us your comments. We really appreciate that, and maybe we can have our staff hook up, provide her with some information. That'd be great. Can we get your contact info? Okay, thank you.
I'm always willing to volunteer, talk to people.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. It was a long wait. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, she still has a minute to go.
She was done.
He said thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker card. Thank you, guys.
David, if you could please state your name.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is David Lazarus. I live outside the county, but I'm here as an attorney from the Nielsen Merksimer Law Firm, which represents the San Benito County proponents of the Strata Verde Innovation Park Voter Initiative, as well as the campaign in favor of the measure. First, we would like the record to reflect that the initiative's proponents and sponsors are not asking the board to adopt the SVIP voter initiative as law in lieu of an election. Although that is technically permitted under state law, it has always been our intent for this measure to go before the voters in November. We therefore respectfully request that the board simply place the measure on the November ballot. We also respectfully request that this action, which is purely ministerial in nature, be taken today as recommended in the staff report. With the November election quickly approaching, including certain deadlines in early and mid-August related to the publication of ballot materials, acting today to place the measure on the ballot will provide certainty and give the county and everyone else interested in this measure more time to adequately prepare those materials. Second, we would like to address certain misinformation being circulated about the alleged lack of CEQA review for the proposed SVIP project. This misinformation is deceptive and it is wrong as a matter of law. It is indeed the case that the placement of a voter initiative on the ballot is not subject to CEQA, but the project itself will be subject to CEQA because the ballot measure is just the initial step. It is the visioning process to be determined by the voters. CEQA compliance, however, will need to occur during the subsequent public planning process, just like any other project that has zoning in place but still needs various discretionary approvals from the county and other agencies to proceed. In short, there needs to be CEQA compliance in order for the project, which will be in the hands of the county and this board after the election, to go forward. This is why the SVIP voter initiative itself expressly recognizes in multiple places that CEQA is required. It is in the findings and purpose section right up front at paragraph 12 and in multiple places in the specific plan, including section 1.5 and section 5.4.1, which reads, consistent with state law, future discretionary actions required for development within the specific plan area are subject to environmental review in compliance with CEQA. The specific plan anticipates the discretionary actions required for the specific plan will include conditions of approval or other measures intended to avoid or substantially lessen environmental impacts of the development anticipated by the specific plan as required by CEQA. Project applicants shall comply with any such legal requirements. In other words, if the CEQA process later identifies
bad internet.
What happened? Did he go out?
You ran out of
Time is up.
Time was up, sir.
He was the representative, my understanding, correct?
Yes,
Oh, he's not a public comment, okay.
no.
Gotcha.
So change it back to.
Yeah, he was a representative. I will allow an extra time as the representative, one representative for the project. If he wants to come back on board, I'll allow him this. But other than that, let's go to the next speaker card. And when he comes up, we'll allow 2 more minutes.
He's back on.
members of the board, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for granting me a few more seconds. I was just about to wrap up. I apologize for going long. I just wanted to say, to conclude, to note that the County Council's impartial title and summary for the initiative confirms what I was saying about CEQA to be true by providing that the county must still conduct CEQA review for future discretionary development entitlement approvals within the SVIP SP area. In sum, there may be plenty of things voters can debate about the SVIP voter initiative, but the fact that there will indeed be CEQA compliance on this project before it can go forward is not one of them. Thank you very much for your time and consideration and for granting me this additional time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Bob, if you could please state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Bob Tiffany. In addition to being a longtime resident, I'm also the president of the San Diego County Business Council. I, as well as countless other business people in our community, am fully supportive of the Strata Verde initiative and strongly urge you to put it on the November ballot as intended by the signees and the project's proponents. It's fair to say that we've never seen a project that will potentially make such a positive impact as the Strata Verde commercial development, and the timing could not be better, giving us an opportunity to jumpstart the recovery from the pandemic's devastating impact on our economy. To begin with, the project will bring a huge influx of jobs to our county, starting with 14,000 on-site construction workers and then ultimately over 4,000 on-site permanent jobs once it's fully built out. It will also bring in a projected $12 million per year in tax revenue to the county, $6 million per year in taxes for local school districts, and a one-time fee of $18 million for required road work. Furthermore, with its tie to cutting-edge autonomous and electric vehicle technology, it will connect us to Silicon Valley and its dynamic economy in a way that no other business here has previously done. It will be a high-profile development in the greater Bay Area that has the potential to attract additional high-tech commercial and industrial companies to our community. And unlike previous proposals for this site, the project includes absolutely no residential development, and the primary access will be off of Highway 101, not 25. Certainly a project of this size does need to be closely scrutinized by our citizens, planners, and elected officials before it is fully approved. But that's exactly what will happen here. The developers are putting it on the ballot prior to it coming before you and county staff. And as specified in the language of the initiative, as just stated, the project will still go through all the normal CEQA and environmental impact requirements that any project is required to follow. Bottom line, this project will truly be a godsend to our community, something that any other county or city would love to have. It's frankly hard to imagine why there would be anyone against it. Those who can't be for a high-tech commercial development, which will be transformative to our community in terms of jobs and revenue, are in favor of virtually nothing. These naysayers want to see absolutely no growth, including job growth, no commercial development of any kind anywhere in our community, and they will say and do anything to win. If they are successful, they will destroy any chance we will have to recover from the pandemic-induced recession. Thankfully, I look forward to the Strata Verde initiative being on the ballot, giving all of our citizens the opportunity to support this outstanding project. And as the quick aside, let me just permit to say, I just like to say publicly,
Thank you, sir.
how sorry I am to see
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker card.
Colin, if you could please state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is Colin Kuzmicki. So we certainly need more jobs in the county, but we have to weigh the pros and cons on such a monumental proposal. I've made my views clear about Strata Verde and an array of alarming red flags with this initiative, such as concerns over an exemption to conduct a full environmental review on the rezoning and specific plan, this being yet another major commercial component near Highway 101 on the heels of Measure K's defeat, potentially inflated job creation numbers that don't come with any real backing, the lack of a real commitment from the developer to fund adequate road improvements on 25, and major concerns about traffic impacts on 25 and 101, while the developer somehow claims that Highway 25 will not be impacted significantly. That in itself is telling about the credibility of this proposal. Additionally, I'm very concerned about a much speculated county commission environmental report prepared earlier this month that is believed to conclude Strata Verde is potentially too close to the Tri-Cal plant off Highway 25 due to the potential for chemical disasters. I strongly urge the county to release this report immediately to the wider public and agendize a discussion item specifically on it. That said, the most important factor to consider today on such a big proposal is that there hasn't been nearly enough community dialogue on the topic of Strata Verde. The board can either approve the project outright or send it to the voters, and I strongly urge you to do the right thing and send this to the ballot so the community can have a real debate about the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Valerie, if you could please state your name.
Right there, unmuted?
Yes,
yes, this is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. Before COVID, parks were a statistical advantage for mental and physical health in the community. Now it is an imperative to provide public open space, paths, and trails for our population. Reach San Benito Parks Foundation commends the Strata Verde project for its proposed trail and paths dedication along the Pajaro River and its floodplain. We do hope that you place this initiative on the November ballot so that the people can see the broad, wide, sweeping advantages we can have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Valerie. Next speaker card.
If you could please state your name. If you could please unmute yourself. Can you please state your name?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
And hi, it's Dave Starkville. This it's accurate that this doesn't happen.
Sir, we have a hard time listening to you. Can you, hang up and then call back?
It's inaccurate.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
It's inaccurate to say that CEQA has not been circumvented in rezoning from agricultural to, in this initiative, to commercial. And that's the first step that's been circumvented by this initiative process. I'd like to propose that because this was done in an emergency time during the coronavirus, that all of the initiatives and referenda that were submitted all be submitted to the voters simultaneously. And that would give a chance to, because the pork Preserve Our Rural Communities suspended signature gathering because of the virus and because of the new numbers that were submitted a few weeks ago, that the two initiatives and the referendum for Preserve Our Rural Communities be submitted also for the voters and be put to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, Pardon.
Mary, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Mary Shaw-Coran from Aromas, San Benito County. I want to urge the supervisors not to approve the initiative themselves, but to put it on the November ballot so that voters have a chance to vote on it. In that respect, I agree with David Lazarus, the attorney for Strata Verde, but I did want to say that I disagree with him about the fact that that the CEQA is not being bypassed. I think it is at the highest level. He talked about the fact that there will be CEQA review, EIR, and that sort of thing for discretionary development. That's called piecemealing. What's happening here is almost 3,000 acres is being rezoned from farmlands to farmlands and rural lands to an industrial and commercial zone. That is a big step, and there is a reason that our general plan currently has these lands as agricultural and rural. For example, as a previous speaker has mentioned, there is, besides the fact that we need the valuable farmland for production of food, there's also a pesticides facility called Tri-Cal there. And our understanding is that it needs a buffer zone. It's actually been discussed in previous meetings. I believe I was reading a Benito Link article that both Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz have talked about a buffer zone around Tri-Cal to protect the public in case of leakage from the fumigant that they manufacture there. And so zoning is necessary, that it should be agricultural. We don't want to place a lot of people, whether it's industrial or commercial there. So that is something that, may not be reviewed at the discretionary development level once you're rezoned. So the rezoning is a huge step, and it really does require CEQA review. The other thing I want to say is I am not against jobs. I think that I totally support industrial, commercial buildings around Hollister. There's already a lot of land near the airport already zoned for industrial parks. I think it should be placed there. That would be a more appropriate place for jobs, and it would reduce the traffic on Highway 25 and 101. I do believe, even though right now they don't they say they won't have much impact on Highway 25, they will. And I think that once you allow this rezoning, it will expand. And there could be residential development. That's exactly what was proposed in 2005. The El Rancho San Benito proposal, if you recall, was a new community. And I think that is actually the intention of this developer.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker card.
Maria, if you could please state your name. If you could please unmute yourself.
Hello. Hi, sorry about that. This is Maria Lamberson once again. Thank you for the time, and thank you. I would also agree with Mary, Colin, and David as to put this measure to the voters in November. There's a lot of issues that need to be addressed here, and I know that everyone is chiming in on CEQA, and that is one of them. But another one too is the protection of the land surrounding the area where this manufacturer wants to put his industrial. And so since they're going to be electrical vehicles, they're going to require a lot of cooling. If you remember Fukushima plant and what it did to the Pacific Ocean, you may want to go ahead and refer back to that so that you could see for yourself what a plant like this would do to a county as small as this with agricultural land. And the land surrounding it should be protected, and it should go into environmental protection. I believe there's 20,000 acres that's being tried to conserve by the Nature Conservatory. So I would applaud you. I know you have a job to do, and I thank you for it, but I really believe that this measure needs to go before the people. Because a lot of studies need to be done. And I agree with Mary. We have a lot of empty industrial spaces that have been and sitting empty along by the airport and in the industrial place there on Technology Parkway. So I would urge you to please consider this and put it on the ballot. I thank you for your time. And also, I would like you to consider that there will be a lot of toxic chemicals that will be addressed, and they're all of air quality and water quality. So remember, what goes up must come down. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Maria. Next speaker.
Donna, if you could please state your name.
Hi, my name is Donna Haynes, and I am a resident and a business owner of San Benito County. This is my first time to speak at a Board of Supervisors meeting, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide my statement to you. I was made aware of the Strata Verde project a little over a year ago through various committees that I'm involved in. I also had the pleasure of speaking directly to some of the key stakeholders of this project. I truly believe that this is the project that we need in our county if we want tremendous opportunities for our existing and future generations. I also believe that there's been a lot of misleading information from the opponents of this project. The biggest of these is that they will be able to skirt the requirements of CEQA and or the EIR reports. What the opponents do know and are either misleading the public or they are not telling you is that during this initiative process, these reports are not required by law. However, if this initiative is approved by the voters, then the project is required by law to submit these environmental reports, and Strata Verde has acknowledged such in their initiatives. One of the most expressed needs for our community has been the availability of jobs. But this is not just jobs that we're talking about. We're talking about careers for our future generations. Careers that will give them the ability to further their education, buy a home, support a family, and be a role model to future generations. Strata Verde project will offer our citizens and our young people those opportunities. The interaction with the schools and the colleges will provide information to students and spark interest into careers that some had never even thought to explore. Most of these careers have only been available to those people in much larger cities. Strata Verde project is an opportunity to increase the quality of life for many of the residents of San Benito County and I ask the Board of Supervisors to adopt a resolution to submit the initiative measure without alteration to the voters at the next regularly scheduled statewide election. Finally, I would like to say thank you, Jim, for your service to my district as my city councilman and as my supervisor. Both Steve and I wish you and your family and your business the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mia, if you could please state your name.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Hi. This is Mia Casey. I'm a resident of Hollister and co-founder of San Benito Citizens for a Brighter Future. Our group is excited about the vast potential of this project. It's not only going to bring 5,000 new jobs and over $12 million a year in revenue for our county, but it will also stabilize our economy here. There's also going to be new ancillary businesses that will spring up to service this industry. And I'm particularly liking the concept of a Gavilan College partnership with training and internship opportunities for students. You know, we're dependent on agriculture and agritourism here in San Benito County, but when a county is limited to one or two types of industry, if one of those industries falters, it can mean big trouble financially. Diversification is key to economic stability, and Strata Verde will bring a new cutting-edge industry to San Benito. As their representative said, there are a lot of misconceptions floating around. I've heard people harping about the fact that twice before Newport Land brought proposals for this property that included a lot of housing. Well, our supervisors here have turned them down flat because it's not a good location for housing. There's absolutely no housing in Strata Verde. Despite claims being made that there is a problem with CEQA, as you heard, there's going to be a full CEQA environmental review, and all the other studies and reports will have to be completed as well. I know that there are questions that need answers, but Strata Verde has demonstrated a willingness to adapt to the needs of San Benito County by keeping traffic off Highway 25 and creating the main entrance out at Highway 101. They've also preserved over 500 acres for farming and 200 acres along the river for a park and river walk that will be open to the public. You know, it's not helpful to spread doom and gloom. Let's give this project a chance. Strata Verde is doing the whole initiative process that Pork has been clamoring for, taking it directly to the people for a vote. So I agree, let's let the process take its course and go to residents so they can decide and vote on it in November. But I would like to see people stop trying to shoot it down out of the gate with misrepresentations. It seems dishonest to say, let the people decide, and then attempt to sway the outcome with fear-mongering and misleading information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kurt.
Wayne, if you could please state your name.
My name is Wayne Norton. I'm a resident of the county, and I'm excited that this is the Strata Verde project is going to go to the voters because it's one that offers a lot of potential for our residents. The potential for good paying local jobs to get our local citizens off of the commute. Something like 70% of our residents commute out of the county for work. Wouldn't it be great to have some good paying local jobs right here in our county? And yes, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, and that's why I'm glad it's going through the ballot process, and we'll have a chance to debate all of those issues. The impact of Tri-Cal, the impact of all of the various questions that people have about environmental concerns. Those are important and they need to be answered. But I'm also very excited about the possibility for our local school district. Remember, this project is in the Aroma San Juan School District, which is a pretty cash-strapped district at the moment. And the opportunity to have an increase in sales tax coming from, from property tax coming from the increased property values with no students being added to the school district because there's no housing in this project. It could be a terrific windfall for our district. I'm glad that the board is going to put it on the ballot, and I look forward to having a robust discussion about the project's merits.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lou, if you could please state your name.
Hi, Lou Shermani.
And there's been a lot of talk about the bypassing of the normal EIR process for a project like this. I wanted to speak from a background in cultural resource management of contract archaeology. Aside from the natural environment, normally a large project like this, its EIR would include surface surveys and ethnographic studies of the area. Because a lot of this land has been agricultural in the past and hasn't required permits, we really don't have a good understanding of what cultural heritage, such as indigenous sites, burial sites, sacred sites that might exist in the area. And I want the board to be aware of the fact that making a decision on this without an EIR for the project-wide area having taken place will not put any of that information forward. So I would certainly be in support of pushing this to November at the very least for a general vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Irma, if you could please state your name.
Good morning, Sharon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Irma Gonzalez. As many of you know, I've been a resident of our county my entire life. The Strada Verde project is one of the very few that is a revenue-generating project that would help bring additional funding for our county schools and to our community college with little or no financial impacts. In addition, this project will help support the general government and infrastructure needs of San Benito County as well. I'd like to encourage you to support the Strada Verde project and adopt a resolution to submit the initiative measure to the voters for the November 3rd election. Now, on another note, Supervisor GILLIO, your news brings me great sadness. I've always been impressed with your thoughtfulness, your intellect, and your critical thinking and reasoning skills. I wish you luck, sir, to you and your family. You will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kevin, if you could please state your name.
Kevin Stopper, District 4. I just want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak. I just wanted to speak in support of this Strada Verde project coming up in the North County area. I believe it's a long overdue boost for our county, bringing in tax dollars and economic development that would otherwise be taken advantage by neighboring cities or counties. I believe its location and plan for environmental cleanup of the river, et cetera, is a great plan to get this county going again on the right track. San Benito, as much as we want to disbelieve it, has gone stagnant. We need police, sheriff, we need firefighting, and medical elements to be seriously updated. We also know we need infrastructure needs to be updated. I believe this project, along with the Beta Bell 101 project, would be a shot in the arm to get that infrastructure going again, along with our Measure G funding for the roads. I don't think opposing special interest groups, and we know who that is, to be deciding what and how our county needs to grow. I'm perfectly happy with letting our own people decide that for themselves through a vote, because I believe we have the backing from the public. We're constantly hearing on social media, I want this, I want that, from the majority of the folks in the area. We hear about how we don't want to drive to Salinas or Gilroy for this or that. Well, this will continue if we stay stagnant as we are. We can control what we want within our county as a people and make our own decisions and not let the broad decisions of one single certain group that wants to essentially shut us down for another 20 years. I also want to personally thank Supervisor Jim GILLIO for his service to my own District 4 in the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito. You'll sorely be missed for your extremely hard work and dedication, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so today I just clocked in. I said I was here at noon because I got here a little bit after.
Please state your name
maybe
for the
called noon,
record.
but I'll just say noon.
And then we'll just say that you work till 5 because you're gonna.
Do them tomorrow, a couple hours.
Well, you're gonna go home and you're gonna do those.
Oh.
Right.
Okay, what are we listening to right now?
We have no more comments. If you want to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand. We have no more comments.
We have one in the chamber, Mr. Chair, Ms. Salinas.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for speaking. Just so that the public knows, Fukushima was a nuclear plant that had a meltdown that was created by an earthquake that was followed by a tsunami. Has nothing to do close to this project, and I can't believe that it was compared to this project. The public, if you're not aware, California has the most stringent environmental laws. Nothing gets done by this committee or by the supervisors where the laws are broken. They hold each other accountable, and I find it quite upsetting, and it's actually it's insulting to them that there's a public out there, a portion of the public going out there and saying that the supervisors are on the take, are doing illegal things, are doing backdoor deals. It is just insulting, and I wish that the opponents of this project would just stop and just go with the truth. And the fact of the matter is that it's based because of pork, and they came up with this initiative that was actually going to stop any type of project for the next almost 30 years, which is insane. We're a poor county. We don't have the monies that other counties have. And now in this economic situation that we find ourselves in, based on the COVID-19, which was beyond our control, it's going to take a while for us to recover. So this project would give it a boost. I'm going to read something from Chris Hollins that she was not available today. Anyway, she pushes for the board of members to push this project through. This is a great project that has proven time and time again to have been thoroughly evaluated and to bring much needed jobs and revenue for our struggling community desperately needs. Our poor community has been preyed upon and continuously seems to lose out to pork, who lies and misleads people using fear and traffic and growth. Take the Better Bell project as an example. Had zero idea what the people were voting for, and it was for zoning. And we put the word out there that it was for zoning, and they made it into something completely different, which is why they won that side of the measure. Just so that we know, the public knows, and if you're not aware of, there is already designs and money sets aside from Santa Clara County, the state of California, and San Benito County for 25, the intersection of 25 and the overpass and 101. So that's already in the works in the plan. So this brings forth even more why we should accept these type of projects. And honestly, it shouldn't even be going to a measure. The only reason it was going to a measure is because there was a countermeasure about trying to build something for the next 30 years. This project should move forward, but if this what needs to happen, it happens, but it sets the wrong precedents for the next projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. So that concludes the public comment section.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Okay, so my understanding, Barbara, correct me if I'm wrong here, we only have two options. One option is to as is, or to place it to the next statewide election. Is that correct, Barbara?
Yes.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Go ahead, Anthony.
if you could say something first, it's in my district, and I appreciate a moment. I won't take long. It's been a long day for all of us, and I want to thank the speakers on both sides of the issue. They brought up some very good, valid points, and I'm looking forward to the election where this thing is to be completely vetted out, and hopefully it's to be vetted out in an honest, direct way. We've been on the board for about 16 years, Jaime, and we've seen some development pressure in that general area. That ranch is really not a very good agricultural value area. And in our general plan in 2015, it was identified as a community study area, if you recall. I particularly didn't care for that designation, simply because I remembered Rancho San Benito. I was very much opposed to Rancho San Benito, thinking that it's just a bedroom community for Santa Clara and a source for housing for the jobs north. Now, we have an opportunity. This county has a real opportunity to have some jobs here. And what that generates is a tremendous amount of revenue for the county. We've had conversations about maybe a new library. Some people feel that our 60-year-old library is a little bit outdated and needs to be bigger, needs to be more modern. Now we can have that conversation if something like this comes in. The county has acquired quite a bit of land for a regional park. I think that would be fantastic if we had the revenue to do it. Right now, the reality is, can't do it. Instead, our citizens, maybe some of us on the board, go out of county, go for a bike ride and enjoy other counties' regional parks. Our citizens deserve better. They deserve the good paying jobs here and a higher quality of life. And I think this is to be the catalyst that's move us forward in this next in the next decade. And so I'm hoping that it'll be successful. I have all the confidence in the voters on this issue, and it's in the right area. And you know, I look forward to putting this on the ballot myself.
Thank you, Supervisor Botelho. Supervisor Jim GILLIO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the comments back and forth, and I also look forward to putting this on the ballot. And I think Supervisor Botelho is prepared to make a motion.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yes, if we can, 1 second, let me go to my computer so I could read it. I was in a more comfortable chair.
Supervisor Botelho, also when you make that motion, to make sure that you include as amended as far as the resolution, because I did make that amendment earlier regarding that language of the measure.
Actually, you want to hold off on that, Anthony? I have both Hernandez and Supervisor Medina if they wish to comment.
Go ahead.
Medina?
No, I'll give the motion to Anthony. I was just going to make a motion, but we'll give it to Anthony. Let him make the motion.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I was thinking the same way. Supervisor Hernandez?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No. Who said that they?
Okay. Supervisor Botelho, you can make a motion?
Okay. We're going to adopt the initiative measure without alterations or with alterations?
With alterations.
So
So you're adopting the resolution calling for the election with the change noted in the ballot measure to move the words "be adopted" to the end of the question.
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Medina, second.
Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Botelho, second by Supervisor Medina. All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries. It shall be on the November election. Thank you.
Okay, the vote was 5-0 on that.
5-0.
And that's the last regular one before we go.
Hey, Barbara, I got a quick question. Can we hold off number 36 to the next meeting? No, we have to talk about it today.
I think you can hold it off to the next.
All we're doing is introducing it, waiving first reading, so it's very brief.
It is brief. We could do it in 5 minutes or less.
Okay, go ahead. Go for it.
Okay, this is just a ordinance. I'm going to read the title of the ordinance for the record. It's an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito amending administrative citation provisions of the San Benito County Code, Chapter 1.04, Sections 1.04.001, 1.04.003, and 1.04005. And the main changes, this is to enhance our cannabis enforcement. It allows the issuance of an administrative citation immediately and doesn't require a waiting period and an opportunity to cure. And it modifies in a minor way the administrative citation amounts. and make some other minor changes. It's pretty straightforward, and I will submit it to the board. We're asking that you accept introduction, waive further reading, and continue it to the next agenda for adoption.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to the board before I go to public comments?
No.
None? Okay. Any cards?
Make your last motion, Gilio.
Any public comment? Okay, no, Mr. Chair, I don't think we have any comments.
Okay,
Your last motion.
we'll bring it back to the board.
Should I
What-
raise one, I'm sorry, it might make the
What's
conversation.
the, just real quick, what's the amount in the ordinance?
I believe it's maximum $1,300 for the, and that was the only other question, you know, if the board had wanted to raise the citation amount to a higher dollar figure for citations, but
Yes, I wanted to raise it to 10,000 per citation.
I
How
concur
much,
with that.
how much,
He said 10,000, sir.
how much, Mark? 10,000? Okay, thank you. Is there any objections to that?
I think that
None? Okay.
with the board's permission or direction, if we could introduce the ordinance today and continue it to the next meeting, I think that I will bring back a more clear language about amending that citation
Okay.
amount to the
To 10,000.
10,000, so
10,000.
it's correctly
Perfect.
written.
Okay. Who wishes to make a motion?
Jim's gonna make his last motion.
Sure. Do we need to read the title and ordinance for the record, Barbara?
Did.
Oh, thank you very much. And I move to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance amending Code Enforcement Administrative Citations Provisions of San Benito County Code Chapter 1.04 and continue the matter for adoption at the next Board of Supervisors meeting on August 4th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Gilio, second by Hernandez. All those in favor say aye.
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 Against?
Motion
Thank
to
you.
adjourn,
Passes
Mr.
5-0.
Chair.
No.
I'll take it.
Never mind.
I don't think I
We got
sound
two
like
more
Anthony,
items.
but-
We have at least two more items. No.
I thought so too. I already made the
Do
motion.
we have anything?
Okay,
Hey, Barbara, do you have anything in full session?
I'm sorry, what was the vote on that item?
5-0.
5-0.
5-0.
Okay, I know that, I think I saw Reed back there. If we could have him come forward, or the clerk recorder, there might be an urgency item that the board could consider today. Reed, maybe you could give a brief presentation, and then the board can consider whether or not to add as an urgency item, calling for an election to fill the position of District 4 Supervisor. It's adopting a resolution. The reason to do that is so we don't have to call a special meeting at the end of this week. It allows
Okay, that's fair.
publication.
That's fair. Is there a motion?
So the findings for an urgency item is that the agenda came to the attention of the agency after the posting of the agenda, and it cannot reasonably wait until the next meeting, which is correct, because if we don't hear it today's date, we'd have to have a special meeting this week to probably meet the deadlines that we need to have
That makes sense.
For the November election.
for the November election.
To fill my seat.
Yes.
Do we need to have public comment
Uh,
or supervisor comment?
Yeah, add it, yeah, I think you can add it as the
Voting to
agenda.
add it on?
To add it on.
Yeah, you need to add it
Are you
on.
guys
Yeah.
okay with adding it on?
Voting it.
Okay, and should we do public comment and then, or do we need to do public comment
Yes.
and adding it on or not?
I don't know, I've
No,
never,
we're gonna first vote.
yeah, I think we can just add it on.
Okay. You need a motion to add it?
Yes.
Yes.
Gillio moves to add this on to the agenda as an urgency ordinance. As an urgency
there a
agenda
second?
item, I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? Okay, motion, it passes. Now, do we need to make a presentation, Barbara, or do we go straight to public comment?
So actually, let's, I think that there's a work in progress here, and we may not actually, I'll have Reed come up. So my understanding from some of the emails that have been flying today is that we should publish it this Friday so that it's in the paper for next week. The period of nomination being open would be August 1st to August 7th. And I think that some samples of resolutions calling for the election were sent to read, but I don't know whether it's been finalized yet. We may go into closed session and allow you to print some resolutions out, but I wanted to add it to the agenda before we adjourned into closed session. How close are we to having a resolution that the board could approve?
I literally just sent you and Joe Paul Gonzalez a copy of a draft resolution to that effect.
Okay. Maybe if you could send it to Lorena, maybe, or Dulce, or Edgar, yeah. And we could print it out and review it. Would you like to adjourn into closed session first and then come back out and do the open session item? Or would you prefer to do the open session item and then go into closed session?
Let's just do the open session, then we'll go to closed session.
Okay, let's go get a copy of that resolution. So you're sending it to Lorena? Okay, thank you.
Can we get a quick break then?
Yeah, it's a quick break.
Oh,
The recess.
oh, you know what? In that case, yeah, let's take a quick break.
5 minutes.
Oh. Okay, we're ready?
Yes, sir.
Mike, Barbara.
Supervisor GILLIO had announced that he was resigning from position of supervisor effective July 31st. I presented a resolution to the board calling for the election of supervisor to be placed on the November 3rd, 2020 statewide general election.
Thank you, sir.
That means that the nomination period would be open from, I believe, August 1st to August 7th.
Another one?
And the board is asked to adopt this resolution today, which would place this election on the, for the November 3rd election.
Okay. Should we hear public comment first?
Yes. Public comment?
Okay, let's go to public comments.
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We do not have any comments.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Discussion among the board.
Ms. Salinas, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I guess my comment is that I was really taken by surprise, and you guys know that I'm very not good for, I'm never short for words. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank Jim GILLIO for the time that he's given to this community. It's been very well. He's served very well. He comes up here and he does his homework. He's available to the citizens out there in the entire community, not just those in his district. He's very open-doored, and comes prepared, does more than his share. He knows numbers, and he reads the numbers, and he comes back and he questions when he's got issues with the numbers, and we're gonna miss somebody like that. Not to say that the other supervisors aren't that way. Well, some of them are and some of them aren't. But he's very special, and I'm sorry to see that he's going to leave the dais. I was sorry to see him leave the city of Hollister when he left, because he did a great job, same thing, in the city of Hollister, and I completely understand it. I know that this was a very hard decision for him to make, and it's a decision based between he and his family, and anything else is literally none of our business, and we shouldn't go after him and asking him any questions. Just accept the fact that he's made a decision, a hard decision, and we can go forward. And again, I'm sorry to see him go. But we need to move forward, and you all are going to make a decision on what the next steps are. And it'll be it's going to be hard to fill his shoes, but we need to get some work going, because it's going to happen really quickly, and hopefully we have a great candidate out there that's going to come on board and take over where Jim's leaving off. Thank you.
Thank you, Elio. It was kind of you.
Next speaker.
We have no more comments.
No more comments, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to the board now. Comments, Supervisor Medina?
None.
Yeah, Supervisor Botelho?
What do you want me to do? Make a motion?
If you have any comments?
No, I don't have any comments other than I would talk to Jim later.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Hang on, Robert.
You want to give some comments?
Huh? You ready for a motion?
You want to give comments, or? Yes, if anybody wants to make a motion, please.
Is it appropriate for me to make this motion or not? Okay. I move that we adopt the resolution of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors setting an election for a supervisor of District 4 on the November 3rd, 2020 statewide general election.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you for your service, Kim. Now we go to closed session.
Yes.
I don't have to go to the other number, do I? Yeah.
We're done, Supervisor. Have a good day.
Okay, good. Have a good one. Thank you.